Starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
All right. Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, February 3rd, 2021. So I'll start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee right, I'll begin the roll call. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair Howe.
Present.
Commissioner Jordan.
Present.
Commissioner Drury.
Here.
Commissioner Edmonds.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Mahan, are you there? All right, we will mark Commissioner Mahan absent for now. Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. All right, so we'll go on to public comment. So any member of the public wishing to address the commission can do so for up to 2 minutes on any item that is not, that is in our jurisdiction that is not scheduled for this agenda. So is there anyone, public comment?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. And at this point, if you're attending by webinar and you would like to give general public comment that is for items not on the agenda, now is your opportunity to do so. Please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. I do see one hand raised by Richard Clausen. So Richard Clausen, I'm going to unmute you, and then you'll have to click your microphone button to begin speaking. You'll have 2 minutes once you begin speaking.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. I'm going to be mercifully short in these opening comments. I believe that commissioners serve for a pittance, and to even mention the tiny payments for meeting attendances should be an embarrassment to all but those who rail at the imagined windmills of exorbitant public servant salaries and retirement plans. Commissioners are a remarkable ongoing bargain for the city when even humble terracotta planters for a temporary use, to take a recent example, can cost hundreds of dollars. But this frugality by the city is no license to demean commissioners further and devalue their time with pro forma agenda items for which the commission's interest is appropriately high, but its reported authority is incidental. I think as guardians of our city's historic beauty, commissioners deserve better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
any other?
And Mr. Chair, I don't see any additional hands raised at the moment. Just a reminder, if you're attending by webinar and would like to give general public comment, now is your opportunity. Just click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. Still don't see any hands raised, and I would just confirm with Ms. Rydell that we did not receive any written correspondence. I don't believe we did for general public comment.
Yes, that is correct. We did not receive any written correspondence for items that are not on today's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riddell.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, there are no additional hands raised, so back to you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so now we'll move on to item B, approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission, January 20th, 2021.
I'll move approval of the minutes for January 20th, 2021.
Second.
All right, I heard who said second first? Oh yeah, okay, Commissioner House, Vice Chair House, second. Oh, yeah, Commissioner Edmonds, you almost had him, but,
You are fast with your fingers.
Yes.
yep. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Edits, discussion,
No corrections.
changes? Perfect minutes. Do we
Perfect.
have it? Commissioner Lendick, anything? All right,
No
Um,
comments.
so-
no.
all right. So with that, seeing no comments, why don't we do a roll call vote to approve the minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Riddell. Begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Gordon.
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lendick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan, absent. Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
Thank you so much. The motion passes.
And just as a point of clarification, is Commissioner Mahan here and did he say abstain or was someone else saying abstain? But in which case, I think he's just absent.
Commissioner Mahan is absent and Commissioner Manuel will abstain.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. That was okay,
No
great.
problem.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, we'll move on to item C now, approval of the consent calendar for February 3rd, 2021.
I move approval of the consent calendar, February 3rd, 2021.
Second.
I guess I'll second.
Second, second by Commissioner Manuel. Sorry, you were,
Sorry, I'll speak up.
he was just
So,
he was baiting you.
Yes,
He was
it's-
baiting you just to get it. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Mr. Bolton, do we have a summary? Or sorry,
Hamilton.
sorry, I can't. Yeah, sorry, I was going to say Ted, but we're trying to do last names. So okay, yes, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item A on today's consent calendar was 219 West Arriaga Street, and it was continued 2 weeks with comments. Item B was 1816 State Street, and it received review after final with comments. Item C was 721 Chapala Street, and the project was denied. Item D, 920 Summit Road, project received final approval as submitted. And item E, 2014 Garden Street, received review after final as submitted. And that concludes the consent calendar from today. And we had Commissioners Mahan and Manuel present.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
is that the project that was denied, would that come back to us or was it just outright denied? And can you tell us why?
Commissioner, I guess Manuel or Mr. Hamilton, either way. I think Commissioner Mahan's gone. Or not
Yes,
here right
Mr.
now.
Chair, I can answer that question. So the motion was to deny the removal of the 2 floss silk trees with the following comments. The trees appear to be healthy and large, therefore pruning is suggested rather than removal. Currently, there is no visible damage caused by the trees. They enhance the existing building and the required findings for removal cannot be made.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Wait, just for the record, Commissioner Grumbine was also at item A.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions or comments? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Hi, Smokey.
Begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan, absent, Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes, and I don't know if I need to abstain from the last item because I couldn't participate, or whether it's just a calendar, so it's okay. But if I need to abstain from the last item, I'll abstain.
All right.
Okay. All right. So we are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. And Ms. Hernandez, did you want to kick off our announcement with resolution?
Yeah.
Or all,
So-
yeah.
Yes, so we have a resolution of recognition for Kellam DeForest. That it is a tradition for our commission to recognize members of the architectural and preservation community when they've passed and honor them. So Anthony's Commissioner Chair Grunbein's gonna read the resolution, and we will print it and have him sign it and send it to his family.
All right, so this is a resolution of recognition of Kellam DeForest, 1926 to 2021. Whereas Kellam DeForest had deep, lifelong commitment to the calling and work of historic preservation in Santa Barbara. Whereas Kellam was an encyclopedia of historic resources of the city, knowing the importance in detail and could recite their history and condition with little effort. Whereas Kellam's stalwart advocacy for the protection of our cultural resources is unmatched and will leave a void in Santa Barbara for decades. Whereas Kellam advocated on behalf of residents in countless public hearings to retain views and familiar historic neighborhood characteristics. And whereas Kellam gave heroic efforts to protect the city from insensitive development. Now, therefore, be it resolved that official recognition on behalf of the City of Santa Barbara Historic Landmarks Commission is given to Kellam DeForest for his outstanding contribution to our community and the City of Santa Barbara. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Santa Barbara, California, to be affixed this day, February 3rd of 2021. And then I will sign it, Anthony Grunbein, Chairperson of the Historic Landmarks Commission.
You're here.
And then, yes.
Well done.
And just
Well
as,
done.
it's just as one more additional little note on that. It was in sort of reflecting on Kellam. There was one other thing that I was thinking that in a certain sense he embodies that that is fairly unique to Santa Barbara, which is the sort of the long family tradition as well, where generation after generation after generation has cared very much for the aesthetics of the city, and there's that sort of beautiful lineage as well with his family as well, being apart from it for over 100 years. So, anyways, that was also an interesting note, and I'm happy to have any of you as well tack on any additional thoughts. I know that everyone put into this as well, so thank you all. And if there is any other additional notes that want to be added, feel free to.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, no additional notes, but I'm sure that Ms. Pearl Chase and Kellam DeForest will have plenty to talk about.
That's true. And Commissioner Mahan, it's good to see you on now. Get your technical difficulties worked out.
I'm here now.
All right. Great. Okay, anything else before we move on to the next item? Or, sorry, not the next item, but announcements. Okay, so let's continue with announcements, requests by applicants for continuance of withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Lund, or Commissioner Mahan, sorry.
Yeah, I have to announce that on the 17th, I will be out of town, so I will not be able to do the consent calendar or the regular meeting.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Okay, any other announcements,
Mr. Chair,
et cetera? Yes, Commissioner Drury.
I have to leave by 10 to 6.
All right, we'll keep the charge going.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right, on to subcommittee reports. Item E. Do we have any subcommittee reports?
I'm sitting on two of them, I think. One corridor team and FAR group, both making good progress. There was a fairly lengthy meeting today about 101 segment 4E, which goes through to Cabrillo. Both of those efforts are moving along quite well, and probably in I'd say maybe 2 months, any matters under the jurisdiction of HLC should be on the agenda by then.
Great, thank you. Other subcommittee reports?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury.
yeah, I think that Commissioner Hauser probably has the proper date, but toward the end of this month, we're going to have another, and I think final meeting of the De La Guerra Revitalization Subcommittee.
Great, sounds good. Keep us posted.
Yes, yes.
In terms of, it's the City Council Subcommittee, the State Street one that meets every 2 weeks. But in terms of that I was asked to be on, or just to comment on things. So they are continuing forward. They're basically progressing towards a visioning of State Street in particular, because it's a State Street subcommittee, and combining sort of ideas from the various surveys that have been done, the AIA survey and then the city survey. And they're in this next one, they're going to be summarizing more of those and kind of coming up with a sort of master list of some sort of ideas for State Street envisioning. So that is ongoing. It seems like, and I commented on it, made some additional comments during that meeting as well about there needing to really be a larger visioning process that ties to State Street, but not just solely a State Street visioning process. And that needs to be part of the future going forward for Santa Barbara, which I think the purpose of the subcommittee is really to recommend for State Street stuff for City Council, but the reality is it's going to affect everything else too. So it really should be thought of as a whole. So I've made some of those comments, and also that it needs to be kind of part of a big discussion going forward, which obviously HLC needs to be a strong part of it, as a part of that discussion as it goes forward. So I'll let you know as additional things happen with it, but that's kind of where things are right now. My guess is it will be over the next month or two that they kind of work their way through these ideas, what the surveys came to, and then also start making recommendations for City Council. They're going to send, part of the discussion was sending to HLC members and ABR members and others some of these in process for us to comment individually on, and doesn't have to come before HLC, but we can throw in our 2 cents. And so that's going to be part of the process as well. So you'll probably see something like that over the next couple of weeks, is my guess. So, all right, and that's it for that. Anyone else for subcommittees? All right. So with that, let's move on to our next item. All right, so item number 130 Canyon Acres Drive. This is a public hearing. Review of staff report and public hearing to consider designation as a structure of merit, the Mediterranean style house with Spanish colonial revival elements designed in 1915 by noted architect Russell Ray, AIA. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As noted, we're discussing the criteria that qualifies 130 Canyon Acres Drive for designation as a structure of merit. Next slide. So the building was designed in 1915 by Russell Ray, and I think it's AIA, not FAIA, but I think Commissioner Uli can confirm that, in the Mediterranean style with Spanish colonial revival elements. The building is up above Foothill in a section that used to be the county that was annexed by the city in 1946. So it's one of our unusual historic buildings over in that area, which makes it kind of rare. The building has the following character defining features of the Mediterranean style. It has the general form with this rectangular box in an L shape with 2 stories tall with this large square tower in the center. It also has the low sloped hip roof and boxed eaves and a classical cornice. It also has this door centrally placed on the facade. The door is a heavy plank door that is typical for the style. The original drawings didn't have the elaborate surround around the door, but they may have been added at time of construction, but it's not clear when that changed. And if you look at the next slide, you'll see this is the rear of the house with this very formal arches and full length porch and columns with a real sense of symmetry and true divided light casement windows. As is typical in Santa Barbara, the Mediterranean style house is stuccoed. The one unique part about the building is the little quatrefoil window that is next to the front entrance. And it has the tower and balcony with the ironed Juliet balcony, and it has a really large, massive stucco chimney. Next. Oh yeah, the building qualifies for 3 of the criteria outlined in the municipal code. And first we look at integrity. These are the original drawings designed by Russell Ray. And you can see the building hasn't changed hardly at all from the original drawings. And so it can convey its 1915 appearance. As I said, the only thing that's not on the drawings that's on the house is the ornate surround. Next slide. So as noted, it is designed in the Mediterranean style. This style is sort of the precursor to before the Spanish colonial revival style really took off in Santa Barbara. The style, people really look to the Mediterranean Riviera as examples of styles, and that sort of suited Santa Barbara just beautifully with the same climate as the Mediterranean Riviera. And so they look to like Spain and Italy for these kind of little villas that dotted the hills, and they mimicked that. Designed by Russell Ray. Russell Ray worked in Santa Barbara for over 20 years. He was actually a founding member of the AIA in Santa Barbara in 1929 and was president for 2 years. He had his buildings dotted our community. And he is really noted for his work throughout the city. And criterion G, the building does demonstrate outstanding details, design, materials, and craftsmanship. Next slide. So the HLC is looking, we ask that you pass a resolution to designate the building a structure of merit. The designation was requested by the owner and reviewed by the designation subcommittee in January. And now it's for you. And that ends my presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to public comment on this item. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please raise your virtual hand following the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you would like to comment on this particular item, please click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once staff calls on you. And I do see 2 members of the public with their hands raised currently. They have been raised for at least several minutes now, so we'll just make sure they want to speak. So I'll start with Manuel Unzueta. I'm going to unmute you, and you'll have to click your microphone.
Okay.
All right, and once you begin speaking, you've got 2 minutes. And Manuel Unzueta, are you, would you like to comment on this item?
Which item is this?
This is the first item on the agenda. This is 130 Canyon Acres.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. I'm only interested in dealing with the murals in Ortega Park.
Oh, okay, that's item 3. So please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on item 3 when that item comes up. And I'll go ahead and move to the next commenter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list, Sheila Lodge. Ms. Lodge, I'm going to unmute you.
I lowered my hand.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lodge.
It's that tricky hand. The arrow means it means up, and the other arrow means lower it. So, anyways, yeah, it's a tricky icon. All right.
All right, Mr. Chair, I don't see any further hands raised. So I'll just confirm with Ms. Rydell if we received any written public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. No, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Let's see.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, back to you.
Great, thank you. All right. With that, Vice Chair House, are you going to say something?
Assuming that the report that we were just looking at is the same one we were sent, could you go to page 5, please? Maybe it's not. Oh, there we go. Ms. Hernandez, do you see anything amiss on that page? I'm speaking of the picture, the upper picture, which is actually the gas station and mini mart next door to the Edison substation.
What?
Oh, I guess that was the photo that we had for that. So I guess that was incorrect. So the substation's behind it.
It's just to the right of there.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll correct it.
Okay, thank you. I thought you might want to.
Yeah, I was wondering. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good eye, Vice Chair House. All right. Any other questions about the report or the or any questions about the presentation?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Lee. As a matter of record, Russell Ray was not a fellow of the American Institute of Architects.
Thank you for that extra clarification. We'll put a non-FAIA name.
And FAIA.
All right. So with that, why don't we go into discussion of it, and then a motion, if so chose. Any discussions on the report? I would make one note that we had in the subcommittee, which was this was an interesting case of it being sort of Mediterranean in a looser sense, which I think got tightened down and clarified, or sort of separated out to Spanish colonial or Italian Mediterranean. It got less mixed after 18, 19, and 20, where things started really sort of separating off and being more purist, or at least more specific about their quotations. And this seems like an interesting mix of some Italian stuff, like this picture right here with the what's the shield called, anyways? But it's sort of more formal Italian moves, and then also having the quatrefoil. So we discussed that as this is sort of a mixed bag, but it made sense for 1915 because it hadn't really started separating out yet. So Anyway, that was just a side note that we had discussion of. Any other comments before we, oh, cartouche, that's what it's called, cartouche, that shield. Any other comments before we make a motion? All right, someone want to make a motion?
I would if I had the wording, the correct wording in front of me. What is the motion?
All right,
it would
Mr.
pass a resolution.
Bolton, could you pull that? Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make
Yeah.
a motion to pass a resolution designating 130 Canyon Acres Drive as a structure of merit.
Second.
All right. I heard Commissioner Mahan, or sorry, not Commissioner Mahan, Commissioner Drury. I heard
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Drury, just beat Commissioner Edmonds, I think. All right, so we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy, Commissioner Lundy, are you there?
You're muted.
His
Commissioner
lips
Lendick, I
are-
believe you're muted.
Have-
Commissioner, you're muted, but for some reason we
Commissioner-
can't.
Can we do thumbs up or thumbs down? Are we still waiting for
Chair.
Commissioner Lendick?
Mr. Chair, yes, I believe we are. And in the past, we've used a thumb system. If for some reason we can't hear a board member's audio, they can indicate by a thumbs up if they approve of the motion. Thumbs down would be
Your
denied.
thumb up. There you go.
There we go, thumbs up. I see a thumbs up. All right.
Carry on.
Feedback.
Commissioner Mahan, I don't think I heard your vote. Are you there?
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Eden, Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
yes,
Commissioner Drury, Commissioner Drury, are you there? Looks like you're on mute.
I don't know why somebody keeps muting me. Yes.
Thank you. We might just be getting some background noise when you're unmuted. So, yeah. just-
What do you mean? What could you possibly mean by that?
Also, when you're not speaking. And then Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are on to item 2, 702 Anacapa Street. This is a resolution of intention. The commission has requested to adopt a resolution of intention to hold a public hearing on April 28th, 2021 to consider designating the neon sign and Creo mural as a structure of merit. Okay.
Just before we get into that, oftentimes if there are audio troubles, if you click a different source like phone call or no audio and then click back on your computer audio, it fixes the problem. So if people are having that struggle, that might work for them.
All right, thank you for the tip. All right, okay, so resolution of intention to hold a public hearing. Ms. Hernandez, do you want to say anything about this or no?
No, it's just to hold the hearing and set the date, so,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll
Okay,
discuss it.
thank you.
then. It'd be the best.
Sounds good. Do I have a, do we need to have a, what's it called? Public
Hearing?
public comment?
I believe we do.
Yeah, so why don't we open
Yes,
public
Mr. Chair.
comment? All right, any member of the public wishing to comment on this, please click on the green arrow to raise your hand up and indicate that you want to speak on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would like to give verbal public comment on this item, please click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar, and that's assuming you're joining us by webinar. And looking at the attendees in the audience, I do see one hand raised. So Manuel Unzueta, I believe you wanted to comment on the next item, item 3, but I'll just check in and make sure. So I'm going to unmute you. And Manuel Unzueta, you have your hand raised again. Did you wish to comment on this item?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, no, listen,
Yes, and this
I'll wait.
Okay, I'll note to call on you for item 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I don't see any additional hands raised. I'll just confirm with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. To the chair and the rest of the commission, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair, to move the resolution to Anacapa Street to consider designation.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Jordan. Under discussion, any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Chair?
Commissioner Lenvik. Oh, I saw Commissioner Lenvik's hand.
I'm not sure. I appreciate the comment that moving around on the microphone helped clear up because I was unmuted, but you couldn't hear me. If I recall, our discussion at the last meeting was that there was not unanimity on the neon sign being designated. Is that not true? Did I miss here our last time we discussed this?
The
subcommittee?
the designation subcommittee was not unanimous about it, but the commissioner that requested these be on the considered for designation wants to have the discussion, and the committee did say it could be discussed, forwarded for discussion, but it will be noted in the public hearing that it was not a full unanimous recommendation for designation.
So we will discuss this when this comes back to us for
Yes.
actual designation.
Yes, at that
Thank you.
hearing, you guys can all discuss all the facts and opinions then.
All right. Commissioner Drury, did you have?
Yeah,
You wanted to
I
say?
have a question for Ms. Hernandez. Does this motion does not preclude designating the whole structure at some point, if necessary, as a structure of merit? Does it?
No, it doesn't. That could.
All right, thank you.
You all could designate the whole structure at another time. We'd have to separately agendize it as the whole structure another time.
Right, okay. Thank you very much.
All right. So any other comments on this? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Lenvik.
Aye.
Commissioner Mayhew,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House. I believe you're muted, Vice Chair House.
There we go. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Chair Grumbaugh.
Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on to item 3. So this is 604 East Ortega Street Mural Evaluation Report. So proposal for renovations for Ortega Park. Project consists of a new playing field, expanded pool, water slide, basketball court, skate park, bocce ball courts, cornhole courts, splash pad, shade structures, and 2 play structures. Also proposed are head-in parking spaces, reconfigured walkways, new pedestrian lighting, and new fencing and gates. This project will require Planning Commission review and has not been reviewed for compliance with the Santa Barbara Municipal Code Title 30. So this is Part A is requesting acceptance of a mural evaluation report prepared by Site and Studio Conservation LLC. The report concluded that 7 of the murals are eligible for designated structures of merit and evaluates and recommend treatment plans for the significant murals. And B is requesting acceptance of the architectural historian report evaluating the proposal mural relocation, demolition, and reproduction for the purposes of California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, to be included in the mitigated negative declaration for final approval by Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Manuel.
I need to recuse myself from this item and number 4 since they're the same out of conflict of interest.
Okay.
And I also need to recuse myself from 5, or should I just wait for that item to come up?
If they're all, I think we want it announced at the item so that it's tied to it. It's probably the best practice. Is that correct, Mr. Hamilton?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if you can come back on for each of those and at that time recuse yourself and state the reason, it'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So I wanted to give you all a little background. This is a really complicated item that we have coming before you. So the project to renovate Ortega Park came I reviewed the Welcome Center that's on the corner there, and just as buildings over 50 years old, I didn't find any, and it had been under review at ABR. And really fortunately, the murals and their significance came to my attention in November, and I did meet Manuel Nzueta out and Mark Alvarado and really walked through them. The project was getting ready to go to Planning Commission, and I worked with Parks and Rec, and we agreed the best course of action at that time was to just really stop and get an art conservator who really understands Mexican and Chicano art and murals to analyze these. As an architectural historian, I didn't have the expertise and didn't feel like architectural historians really did or knew the correct treatments and history behind these. And there's some really amazing experts up and down the California coast. So Parks and Rec hired the Sight and Sound Studio that did the report for you. So that's why it's not as much of a traditional historic structures report, because we're dealing with art, and it's very, very interesting. I'm sure you can agree. So that is where it's at. There has not been an environmental study yet, an environmental impact study. The only evaluation of the murals has been by the murals. Nobody at the city has made any evaluation about them, that their value or worth or anything. This is all by the Sight and Sound Studio. I just want to make that really clear for the public. And I did prepare a little PowerPoint at the end of item A for you all, with 1 slide each mural. So you all can go through them and look at the year, the artist, the rating that the conservators gave. And if you want to do a straw vote of each one of which ones you want to move forward towards structure merit designation, or all of them as a set, I think that I miscounted, but I think there's 8 that the report found significant, but maybe 9. There's so many, and there is a collection. So I think that'll make it really clear at the end. And I know that the conservators are going to do a presentation in Parks and Rec as well. So so maybe at the end that'll help us just get it all in our head which ones you all decide move forward to a designation. I did want to just clarify that if you accept the conclusions of the report that the buildings are significant, we do have to concurrently in the hearing add them or move to designate them. So that's why item 4 is the reso of intention to designate based on your actions on item A here, and just another note is once any of the murals are designated, the whole jurisdiction of the project will come to HLC for review. It'll change out of ABR. They looked at it several times. It has not received project design approval. So all you're looking at though today is just these reports. We're not looking at a project. It'll go to Planning Commission, and then the whole project will come back to you, and you would be the deciding project design approval, final approval, all of it. And so as far as that's for item A. The item B, because the Parks and Rec right now is like proposing to replicate the murals, it is considered a negative impact, and that is why you have item B, which is a report about a mitigation measure per CEQA. Both reports would, if you're accepting, would go into the cultural section of the mitigated negative declaration, and that is finally accepted by Planning Commission. So I do have Julia Peugeot here, who's the environmental analyst, for questions on the process and more detailed questions. I don't think any of us and together have gone through any mitigated negative declaration. So it's new for me and you. So, and if you have questions, she's here. Also, the project planner, Stephanie Swanson, is here if you have questions for her. And I think that's my intro. And I think I know you'll have more things as they come up after you see the presentations that are following. That's
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that intro to the intro. All right. So just in terms of sequence of this as well, we have an A and a B, right? Process-wise, and maybe Ms. Hernandez walk us through this as well. And usually when we have A and B, we're kind of analyzing, well, architecture or mostly architectural reports, analyzing it and then analyzing the design of it. So walk us through where our key decision-making moments need to be for this, right, and whether we should be, yeah.
So Parks and Rec and the art conservators are here to do the presentation of the report and the report. And then you would be asked after item A to decide if you accept the conclusions of the report, or if you accept them with conditions, or, you know, like you do a structures report. And then we'd move on to B based on your discussion on A and look at these mitigation measures, and if you accept them as appropriate, to forward into the mitigated negative declaration. And but I think right now, looking at the presentation from Parks and Rec and the conservators, and really just focusing on that report is the first step, because that really tells all the history, and that's the basis for all the decisions moving forward.
Great. So, and just for clarification as well, so if we don't accept the first report portion, the A portion, we're not going on to the B. If we do accept the A portion, then we go on to the B.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that that's a clear. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And you know, if you don't accept them as historic, the mitigation measures would be different. But I did want to just state one more thing. And when it goes into the mitigated negative declaration, that it has a 30-day review process for the public. I think we talked about last time in our training that when we do have these, when things aren't a CEQA, you know, category exemption, the main reason for having these is to allow the public to have lots of time to review. So it will have a public review process after this when it goes into that 30-day review. And it's really an important step when you are having this negative impact, to have this time for the public to comment. And again, Julia is on the line, so if you have questions about that, she can go into that in more depth, I think.
Great. All right. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the presentation then. And okay, welcome, and if you could announce yourselves, introduce yourselves, and there's going to be we have the 15-minute timer here, and so if you could stick to that in general. If you need a little more time, I think that's fine. It is a big and complex project, so yeah. So we can add that time at the end if we need it. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Justin Van Mullum. I'm with the Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm a project planner. We're here to talk about a little bit about the Ortega Park Master Plan and the mural evaluation. Next slide. So I'll give you a brief background on the 5.5 acre parcel, which is Ortega Park. Then we'll go over a little bit of the master plan and visioning process, and then we'll get right into the mural evaluation. And then we'll look at the mural concept plan, which if you accept the mural evaluation report, then the mural concept plan will show the feasibility of meeting mitigation measures. Next slide. So on your left, you'll see the 5.5 acre parcel. It was originally a city dump. So as you can imagine, we have quite a bit of hazardous soil that we'll be removing as part of this project. Most of that is underneath the field, swimming pool, and close to the restroom building. So this is a park that really hasn't had a lot of attention shown to it in the last 50 years as far as big capital improvement projects. So this master plan is going to really help utilize this this land and use it to the fullest potential for recreational purposes. As you can see on the right-hand side, we've got a lot of the same elements: pools, basketball courts, and fields, but a lot more parking and really much better utilization of the park. Next slide, please. So this master plan has created a vibrant community destination with a wide range of recreation opportunities. We really heard strongly from the community that a youth field space was needed, and that the multi-generational area would be strongly used by the community and neighborhood, along with picnic areas and playgrounds. And our first community pool that would be heated, that could be used for swimming lessons all year round, and water aerobics and other things. And then through our visioning process, one of the things that we were surprised about is that the community really wanted a second skate park. We spent a lot of time working with them on that vision, and basketball, of course, as well. And then also continuing our 42-year history of our mural program in Ortega Park. Next slide, please. So, as I was saying, this is a community-led project. It's pretty amazing the amount of time and effort that's gone into designing this park through the community engagement. Over 450 community members. We had surveys, 6 community workshops, and in-person meetings with stakeholders. As you can see on the right, there's a photograph of one of the charrettes where people had different dots that they'd come around to these boards, and they'd place it on park amenities that they felt strongly about. And that's how we got all of this community input on several meetings similar to this. And then we had also took this information, created a master plan, had 7 different public meetings, and took the master plan to City Council, and they approved it. Next slide, please. So our city mural program, as I said, it goes back 42 years, and it was a collaboration with the Parks Department and La Casa de la Raza, local artists, and 10 to 15 neighborhood youth. It was used to curb graffiti, create pride in the art and the park. And there was 18 murals themed in Aztec, Mexican, and Chicano art that were created in 1979. Those murals, as you'll see, have changed over time to stay relevant. The average lifespan is about 15 to 20 years. As you can see down on the lower right, there is a mural called Deportes Sports. And you can see in 1986, it looked a lot different than the more relevant version that was done in 2008. And then on the left, you'll see that here's some of the youth over the years that have come back and renovated the murals under the tutelage of master artists. Next slide, please. So I think Ms. Hernandez really explained things well in her presentation. These murals are on buildings that are less than 50 years old. We were surprised to find out that they could be significant after hearing from the public and also going through the CEQA process. That's when we hired an art conservative firm to evaluate the murals to see if they were significant. And that's kind of how we got to where we are now. But what we want you to understand is that there's always been public art opportunities within the park. It was always been part of our master plan. And we've, because of COVID, we started things quite a bit late, but we had a community meeting regarding the art on November 12th. We also went to the Art Advisory Committee on December 7th. Our plan is to create a Ortega Park art stakeholder group, really to look at what the community wants for the art within this space. Next slide. Now I'm going to hand things over to our art conservator, Kieran Graves.
And Kieran, are you on the webinar? Mr. Van Moem, I don't see anyone by that name. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, as we hold for Kieran to come in, this is a photograph of one of the murals, and Kieran is on the left, and one of the artists that wasn't the original artist, but one that has touched up this piece of art is on the right. And part of what the art conservator did was interview all of the artists that are still alive, of which surprisingly quite a few are, and also look at all of the murals and their condition. So there's Kieran.
Hi, thank you, Justin. Thank you to the commissioner and the committee for this opportunity to share about our work at Ortega Park. My name is Kieran Graves, and I'm the lead conservator at Site and Studio Conservation. This was a collaborative effort with 3 other conservators, Evelyn Bird, Magdalena Solano, and Abigail Rodriguez. We performed the evaluation of the Ortega Park murals, which are currently 18 extant murals painted between 1979 and 2001. Undertaken at the request of the City of Santa Barbara Parks and Recs Department. The objective of our evaluation was to provide guidance and context for the community conversations and municipal decision-making processes with regard to the future of the murals, given that the structures on which they're painted are all slated for demolition due to the renovations of Ortega Park discussed by Justin. Slide, please. So the complete renovations to the current park environment are outlined in the Ortega Park Master Plan. One thing I just wanted to make note of is the history of Ortega Park as it pertains to these murals. In the 1960s, this park became one of the very few public spaces in which the growing Mexican and Chicano community felt a sense of belonging and cultural empowerment. We heard many times from our interviews that the park is considered, a cultural landmark in the heart of Santa Barbara and really represents an important part of Santa Barbara's identity. It's continually served as a central place for family gatherings, celebration, and recreation for East Side residents. As you can see, there are a number of structures, all of which contain murals. The Welcome House, the murals are not on the building itself, but there's a planter in front that has a small mural. The stage wall, that's a grouping of murals that was intended to be temporary by the Santa Barbara Arts Administration, and I'll get into that later. The restroom building has 3 murals, the pool building has 1, and the pool wall has 6 murals. So next slide, please. So just again, a quick overview to give you a sense of where the murals are located. Again, up at the top is the lower stage wall, the restroom building in the center, the pool walls in your center lower, and then the pool house in the lower left. We are specifically discussing the murals on the restroom building, which we refer to as the farm worker or community inspired murals. Those are 3 murals, one entitled Campesinos, the other Niños de Maíz, and the last Deportes. On the pool walls and pool house, because of the shared themes and history of the 7 murals, the 7 murals there, we're going to consider those as one grouping, and we are referring to those as the Oceanic and Indigenous and Mesoamerican inspired murals. So they have very similar themes running throughout and histories. So they will be considered as one group. Next slide, please. And I should actually mention our report makes the recommendation that 2 sets of the extant murals, so 8 total murals, should be considered as structures of merit by your committee. And I will go into detail here about our methodology, a brief history of the park and the background of the mural program, the restoration that has occurred over the course of the last 40 years, the various results of our evaluation. So first, quickly, our methodology. We went and spent many days at the park, documenting the murals, assessing their condition, assessing their significance. We conducted artist and stakeholder interviews, and then we conducted offsite research, looking at other relevant case studies, such as the Chicano Park in San Diego, and a recent designation in San Jose of other Chicano murals, historic landmark. We also looked into the history of Chicano murals within California and tried to understand and contextualize these murals within those frameworks. Next slide, please. One really interesting document that we drew a lot from was compiled by Ricardo Venegas in last year, and this is the history of Ortega Park murals from 1979 to 2020. There, as Justin was explaining, there's a significant evolution of the artwork in the park since the first 18 murals were created in 1979. Over the course of the years, due to health and safety reasons, due to restoration processes, due to the art and education, many murals were restored. A good example of this is the Circle of Life in 1986. In 2008 became Niños de Maíz. Manuel Unzueta was the artist behind both, and so sort of re-envisioned that wall with an updated theme. Underneath is Campesinos. In 1979, it was painted by Armando Vallejo. That restroom building was torn down, and in 1985, a new one was erected. So he repainted and sort of re-envisioned the theme of his mural then. And then in 2008, with help from Manuel Unzueta, a colleague and collaborator, the mural was slightly augmented to sort of create a different composition, but again, retained the palette, composition, and theme. And I'm sorry, I'm running a little bit long here. Next slide, please. So one thing I wanted to note is that the Santa Barbara Arts Alliance was created in 2004, and that was meant as a program to restore the murals so that and maintain them, as well as an art education program for local youth. It seemed to be very well received throughout the community, and we spoke with a few of the program participants who said it had a significantly positive impact on their life. Under the guidance of Carlos Cuellar, who was the first master artist who led the program, there was very sensitive restorations done to the remaining murals from 1979 present at the park. So you can see, sorry we don't have better photos from the 2005 before photos. These were taken from videos that Mr. Cuellar put together, but you can see that basically in most cases he and the student artist maintained the exact composition, the exact palette, even though they have been fully restored a number of times. At the bottom, so sorry, and I should say at the top, that is one of the murals called Aztec Chumas Solstice. On the bottom is one of the murals on the pool wall, and you can see that Mr. Cuellar and his students maintained the compositional lines and the themes, but changed a little bit the palette, making brighter colors to kind of fit with an underwater theme. Okay, next slide. The results of our—
Mr. Chair,
sorry.
Ms. Graves, I apologize for the interruption. I just wanted to remind you the 15-minute timer is up, but additional time may be granted at the chair's discretion.
Yeah, I think this is a large enough project with enough complexity that I think another 5 minutes or so should be fine. Will that work for you for finishing? Okay.
Yeah, I will talk fast. Thanks. Quickly, the wall construction, concrete masonry units over which a smooth concrete mortar is applied as a finishing layer. The painting technique is typical where the primer is applied and then various inexpensive exterior house paints were applied to create the designs. Unfortunately, there's no varnish layers, UV resistant layers, or anti-graffiti coatings. Restorations, re-envisioned murals, and new murals were applied directly over the existing paint. Overall, the condition of the murals are fairly stable, except for one, which is Codex Cosby. This exhibits widespread and severe condition issues such as salt activity leading to flaking paint and structural cracking of the stucco layer, which would impact the ability to relocate the mural on the front and on the back. The historical integrity is generally also fairly good over the last 40 years in terms of the murals that are there at the moment. There has been a great deal of change, but the ones that remain really keep the integrity of their original intent. Next slide, please. So we tried to evaluate the criteria under the City Structure of Merit Eligibility List, as well as Latinos in 20th Century California National Register Guidelines. And this is an unusual situation because the criteria is meant for architecture over 50 years, and we're applying it to artworks that are younger, but we did our best to try to show how these eligibility criteria fit. I think we're here to give advice and recommendations, and the details of individual criteria and how they're applied to each mural, I think, will be addressed by Nicole Hernandez. It's also delineated within our report, which I think you already have. I think, we made clear in the report that it's different criteria to understand the significance of public or community-based murals is unique. Unlike most other art forms, these are created by the community under the leadership of a master artist. So typically, they are not, the technique and the hand of the artist, and oftentimes is not really the key. It's really the community feeling, the community themes, and the importance of the content. We gave 4 recommendations: preserve in place or relocate. This would be the most inexpensive process and the least risky. It certainly would preserve the physical context of the murals as they are now, which is important as well. The other option would be to document and recreate the murals by the original artist. We are aware that there are numerous examples of this community-led practices in the history of Ortega Park, where fully restoring, re-envisioning old murals or recreating new ones by the original artist has taken place. So we did try to keep that in mind, because in terms of relocating, that's a very expensive and somewhat risky undertaking, though it can and has been done in the past. Next slide, please. So what Justin was touching on, that the partnership between the City of Santa Barbara and La Casa de la Raza, that is a very important cultural institution in the community. That partnership, I think, speaks to the significance of a lot of the murals because of the importance of La Casa in the community. So individually, these murals I'll go through really quickly. Campesinos would receive an A+ in terms of its significance because it's a part of the original mural set. It was done by an artist of national and local significance. It's super important to the history of Santa Barbara, and it's one of the only 4 remaining murals of the original 1979 set. Underneath, another feature I should point out in terms of in significance is the integration of Chicano and Chumash themes in these murals, which is not seen in any other location, as far as we're aware, in California. Next slide, please. Niños de Maíz, again, is very important, painted by Manuel Unzueta, who is an artist of national significance. I'm sorry.
And actually, why don't we just do 5 more minutes, and that'll be it, the last 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But I think you're getting to a lot of the stuff that we're going to be asking questions about anyway, so I think it'll help keep things brief on that end. Okay.
Okay. So as I was saying, this is, again, even though it's a newer mural, it was done as part of the same tradition by an artist of great significance. As you see in my report, he's been called out by a number of scholars as having significant contribution to the Chicano mural movement within California and on a national level. Underneath is the underwater Atlantis Toltecas. This mural was also part of the original 1979 set. Very important to the history of Santa Barbara, as it's part of this original La Casa collaboration. It has been restored slightly differently than its original, but just in terms of the palette. Okay, next slide, please. Next, we have the Aztec Chumash Solstice. Again, it's part of the original set. This does pertain to have Chumash themes, but upon our stakeholder interviews, it was seen as more Chumash derived and not specifically Chumash themed. So we actually lowered that to a significance B rather than A. The last one in the B grouping is La Playa, painted in 2005 by local artist Carlos Cuellar. And again, it's a rare example of a modern mural with Chumash Chicano themes, and certainly unique to Santa Barbara. Again, Ortega Park, in my knowledge and the knowledge of our team, is one of the only places where this type of integration exists. Next slide, please. So the Codex COSB, again, it is part of the original group of murals, and so important to the history of Santa Barbara, painted by a lesser known artist, and a copy of a codex, which is the Mesoamerican themed artwork. And but you know, the difference here is that it's more of a copy. The artist is not as well known, and that was our reasoning there. The last one is dolphins, painted again in 2005, so more recently, by Carlos Cuellar, and the theme does follow along with the underwater Atlantis Toltecas, which was part of the original mural set, but it's a much later version. Next slide, please. Finally, Deportes, again, that has been re-envisioned a number of times. It was painted by Manuel Unzueta, who I mentioned earlier, a very important muralist. But because it's a newer painting, we couldn't elevate it in the same way as Manuel's other work. Finally, there is the Blue Whale, and that is painted by Carlos Cuellar in 2005. And the reason we have it here actually is because it is painted on the other side from Cosmic Unity. So, you know, its fate is kind of tied with Cosmic Unity's fate. Next slide, please. Oh, I think, and I just wanted to say here really quickly in my last minute, you know, the team was extremely aware that these are community murals in a community park, and therefore the ultimate decision should be with community consensus. And in terms of the mural concept plan, you know, we understand that it's a well-integrated idea between what was the current park renovation plan and the existing murals. We understand that lighting and didactic signage highlighting the importance of murals will be installed. We do prioritize the original murals being retained rather than recreated. And there is a number of recreations here. And many of the murals are on the exterior. The team felt pretty strongly that we saw the audience of the murals as the park goers, and a lot of the murals are facing the exterior. So we do believe there should be community input on this aspect of the plan. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hand it over to Justin.
Mr. Chair, we have the mural concept plan, which is about 8 slides. Shall I proceed, or did you want to talk about the report in depth?
So as item A of this, I think is that going to be impacting? Is your presentation going to be impacting the item A portion versus
Mr.
the
Chair,
item B?
Mr. Chair, it only shows the feasibility of recreating or relocating the murals.
Okay. Why don't we do that? We're going to have it presented one way or the other. So let's just dive in. We'll go can you do it in 2 minutes, do you think?
I think I could probably go quickly in 2 minutes.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that.
Next slide, please. Next, great. So here's a site plan. It shows that we've grouped to 1 and 2, the La Playa and underwater Atlantis on the pool deck area where they seem to be appropriate to display them. Niños del Demise and Campesinos is right at the main front entry, really trying to elevate those pieces of art. So not only park goers can appreciate them, but also people that drive by. And then we have Aztec Chumash Solstice, which is also right there on the Salsapuedes Street frontage. And then Cosmic Unity has a really elevated location on the Coda Street entrance. And then on the opposite side of Cosmic Unity is Blue Whale. Next slide, please. So here we have the La Playa that's on the pool deck. And next slide. Here we have the street frontage that I was talking about. And on the left is the one of the murals, which is an A grade, the Campesinos with the sun and the eagle. And then Ninos Demise is right next to it. And then on the opposite side, of course, is the Aztec. Thank you. So here's just a blow up of those. Really, there's the main entrance, like I was saying, and then a picture of these. They're about 10 feet back from the sidewalk. They're illuminated at night, and plants will be planted in front of them to potentially protect them from graffiti. And of course, they'll have graffiti type coating. These are reproductions or recreations. Next slide, please. And here on the left side of that, right side of that entrance is the Aztec Shumat solstice. As you can see, it's quite a long mural, but has a great location to display the whole mural, much better than is currently displayed on the back side of the pool wall, really with this elevated location. Next slide. As I was talking about Cosmic Unity, which is another A grade, this is going to be relocated, and it's about 15 by 13 concrete block with plaster on top of the concrete block. So it's going to be difficult, but with a steel I-beam and a steel frame, we're going to give it a try to see if it will survive the relocation. But of course, if it doesn't, we'll be able to recreate it in this location as well. Next slide. And here is Blue Whale on the back side of Cosmic Unity, which is graded a D because it was done in 2005. But since we're already relocating that, we're going to try to relocate the Blue Whale as well. Next slide, please. This is really breathtaking, I think, because here we have now a mural that is just right next to a bunch of grass where there used to be a wading pool, and it's been elevated to right next to the heated pool that I told you about earlier. And I think as you walk through the welcome house and you look straight at the pool, this is going to be the element that you see. Next slide. And then I wanted to just show that we have lots of different areas to recreate more art through community involvement process. Next slide. And here on the pool deck, more area to recreate artwork. Next slide. So we're requesting that HLC accept the evaluation report and the concept mural plan. We also want you to keep in mind that any murals that are elevated to a structure of merit, they've now are considered pieces of art that are complete. They no longer have that iteration, that revamping that has happened every 20 years on this site. They are now static. So as commissioners, please keep that in mind. And then of course, as a Parks Department, we will continue to be part of the Ortega Art Stakeholders Group, which we will start after we know we have a project. And that stakeholder group will review options and develop guidelines for the art that will take place in Ortega Park. So at that, I conclude my presentation. Next slide.
Okay.
That's just for questions.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so with that, with your conclusion, why don't we open public comment, and any member of the public wishing to comment on this project, you can raise your hand virtually, following the instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you do wish to comment on this item, please do so by clicking the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak once staff calls on you. And while we wait for hands to raise, I'd like to check with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written comment. I believe we did.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and members of the commission. That is correct. We did receive written correspondence on this item. It was distributed to the commission prior to this hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rydell. And I do see right around 6 members of the public who wish to speak. So Mr. Chair, just like to remind you the 2-minute timer, since we do seem to have a fair amount of public input today. So I'll just go down the list alphabetically by first name. And once I call on you, you'll have 2 minutes to speak and you'll need to click the microphone button to unmute yourself. So Ann Peterson, I'm gonna start with you. Ann Peterson, you've been unmuted. And
thank
may
you.
speak.
Thank you, members of the Historic Landmarks Commission. I'm the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. We're actively following the proposed improvements at Ortega Park with special attention to the 18 murals. We understand that these murals are not over 50 years old, and they have also been modified over time by the community. We believe, however, that these murals exceed the threshold for historical and cultural significance despite these qualities, and that their evolution is one of the characteristics that makes them a unique and organic set of community art pieces. A community engaged process is required before any additional steps should be taken to determine the future of the artwork. This process would build on the recent designation of landmark status for Casa de la Raza and demonstrate the city's commitment to honoring and preserving its Latino and Chicano heritage. The Site and Studio Conservation Report includes repeated references to its recommendations being contingent on community input and agreement. We request that the Commission not accept the report until this community input process is undertaken. We also request that the Commission does not undertake a decision at this stage that would lead to a mitigated negative effect declaration for CEQA. A community engaged process to inform the recommendations regarding the murals could affect those recommendations in several ways. Among others, these include one, the treatment of the murals. The summary of costs show various treatments that could be applied to any of the murals. Community input may result in a different prioritization for the treatment of a mural while still working within the budget. And number 2, the location of the murals. The design drawings suggest that the murals recommended for preservation will be placed in locations designated to be available for artwork. A publicly engaged process could determine that the murals themselves are a key amenity of the park and that the park improvements should be designed in part to support and celebrate the murals. Also, a community engaged process could incorporate more of the youth artwork, which is part of the larger landscape of the murals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Barbara Parmet, I'm going to unmute you. So click your microphone icon. And once you begin speaking, you've got 2 minutes. Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Barbara Parmet. I'm a photojournalist, and I've been documenting the life of Santa Barbara for 40 years. I volunteered to document the Ortega Park murals because I recognize their importance in the history of Santa Barbara. Almost daily, I ride my bicycle past the Manuel Enzueta mural of Santa Barbara High School. And for years, I've sat in meetings at La Casa de la Raza with the masterpiece of Manuel Enzueta facing me. When I photographed the murals in Ortega Park, I did not imagine the photographs would be used instead of the originals. By destroying the murals, the city is saying that a photo or a painted copy is fine when used as a didactic tool. These proposed measures are unacceptable without including the voices of the community. This redesign is a way of rationalizing and excusing the uncaring attitudes of city planners. As a professional photographer, I know photographs cannot replicate paintings, but they can be used by and for the community. In the updated park design, the murals are used without regard to their original narrative role and purpose in the historic struggles of the neighborhood. This disregard is covered over with the legal language of mitigation. Instead, the city needs to face up to the actual harm caused by the intention to destroy these murals. The city needs to apologize to the artist and to the community and invite them into discussing redevelopment plans instead of covering up its paternal and racist methods of moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Frederick Jonka, I will unmute you and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you, commissioners. My name is Frederick Jenka, and I'm a member of the Arts Advisory Committee and born and raised in Santa Barbara. there is a crisis in our community. I strongly urge that the Historic Landmark Commission decline Parks and Recreation's mural concept plan and the recommendation to destroy 88% of the community murals at Ortega Park. The plan needs additional work to avoid whitewashing our community and destroying decades worth of community culture and art history. These artworks were made with a specific community context in mind. Reproducing them at small fraction to form physical walls and barriers to access is not a thoughtful solution. Where is the community in this decision? This is swift action being proposed and does not allow the community, the Neighborhood Advisory Council, nor the Arts Advisory Committee to review the evaluation report or recommendations to the HLC. As a member of the Arts Advisory Committee, I will share that we are currently being obstructed from meeting by city staff and are therefore being obstructed from addressing this directly. There's a lack of transparency and a disregard for true public input. Ortega Park Mural Evaluation Report offers expert context and recommendations and emphasizes over and over that any final decisions should be made in consultation with the community. Like the Chumash Painted Cave site that was repeatedly reworked over generations and centuries, these murals are part of the community as sites of important ritual and pride. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Holly Barnett Sanchez, I will unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, and thank you, commissioners. I'm Dr. Holly Barnett Sanchez, Emeritus Professor of Chicano Latino and Modern Latin American Art History at the University of New Mexico, and the author of several publications on California Chicano murals. I've also spent considerable time over the decades in your city and in Ortega Park. These historically significant murals constitute a cluster, a large grouping of related murals, of which there are several throughout the state, and are important examples of Chicano art, first painted during the Chicano civil rights and arts movements, an integral part of the history of Santa Barbara. I strongly urge you to rescue this cluster in its entirety, to fully integrate it into the life of a revitalized park. Current plans will destroy it, its larger, greater meaning. Together, these murals create a shared narrative. Through interactions with each other and with community members, they come alive. The rhythmic line of the workers in Armando Vallejo's iconic Campesino mural resonates with the equally iconic Coatlicue, evoking both the mythic past and the historic present of Los Indios y Los Chicanos. They speak to the generations of families here, their rich contributions to Santa Barbara, a powerful heritage that the master plan still in effect seeks to ignore or remove. All these related hearings are really a conversation about who this city is, who it belongs to, who belongs in it, who has a voice to be listened to, whose history and culture has value. If we accept that the members of the community surrounding Ortega Park fully belong in Santa Barbara, we must accept these murals are signifiers of that belonging and must be protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Kai Tepper, you are up. I'm going to unmute you. Kai Tepper, go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kai Tepper, and I join you today as someone who wears many hats in the community. I'm the Outreach Program Manager for the Santa Barbara Bowl. I'm a new board member to the Trust for Historic Preservation and currently serving member of the Arts Advisory Committee. While each of these groups focuses on different priorities, at the core, they are all in service to the community. I joined Arts Advisory to help engage with artists within our community to feel heard and to have access to a democratic process in finding public opportunities for their artistic practice. The situation with Ortega Park murals threatens to dismantle the trust between the arts and culture community and city government entities. Destruction of these historic murals would be a blatant disregard for preserving the diverse voice and needs of the very community the park is intended to serve. Someone who identifies as Japanese American, I can tell you firsthand how sad it is to live in a city where the stories and landmarks of what was once a thriving Nihonmachi in Chinatown are almost entirely forgotten. If it were not for groups like the Trust for Historic Preservation and dedicated community volunteers and stakeholders working on committees such as this one, people would not know about these histories. I cannot stand to see other community histories forgotten or inaccurately retold without appropriate input. These murals are a significant part of the heritage of Santa Barbara. I urge the commission to please consider a plan for the park that is in deeper alignment with the community's needs and values. I'd like to be considered as an interested party to the arts stakeholder group and would welcome the opportunity to discuss how members of the Arts Advisory Committee could work in partnership with HLC to help the voice of the community on public art projects. This kind of partnership could prevent tumultuous situations like this from happening in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Manuel Unzueta, I will unmute you and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Unzueta.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Manuel Unzueta, and I've been involved in Ortega Park. I attended Santa Barbara Junior High and way back. For your information, I already gave a lot of interviews about the cultural part. And by the way, there's other places where other cultures can be included. Okay, so let's deal just with Ortega Park. The reason why Ortega Park was given the chance to paint these murals way back in '79 is because we had a project with Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. I painted a mural over there in '76, and then they sent us some artists. And that's something that you need to remember. The reason why some of the murals are the way they are, the walls, again, we did not have the funding. We were never provided the funding to prepare the walls, to make sure that they were going to be well preserved. We never had any technical support. And it's not because the city didn't want to, it's because maybe did not understand the value of that part of the city. Again, we also, as professional providers, we were never considered, in the commissions or when we were supposed to present a project to be paid fairly. We never did that. We ended up being volunteers, and you can only do when you're a volunteer or you get pennies for something. But again, that's my view. But the paintings that you see by me, I was surrounded by kids, by children. So I am not the artist. I am the developer. And when nobody showed up, then I finished it. So it is historical. It is fair that now the funding should be given to save all the murals. Now is the time to make sure that this part of the community gets all the support like we did with the Worship mural, the mural in Victoria Street, and others. Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Unzueta. I would say, in particular, if you could make sure to hang on, because I think there might be some questions for you in particular as the artist that though I know that we'll want to be asking you a little more. So if you can make sure to stay on, and then we'll, as commissioners have questions, you can jump in for those that get addressed to you. Because you have specific information. Okay, on to you, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And it looks like last on the list is Michael Imwale, and please feel free to correct my pronunciation on that. Michael Imwale, you are unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and members of the Santa Barbara City Historic Landmarks Commission. My name is Mike Imwale. I'm the Associate Executive Director for Cultural Resources for the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation. I'd like to point out that according to CEQA, section 15126.4A2, in some circumstances, documentation of a historical resource by way of historic narrative, photographs, or architectural drawings as mitigation for the effects of demolition of the resource will not mitigate the effects to a point where clearly no significant effect on the environment would occur. This is exactly what's being proposed for the majority of these community treasures, is preserving them by photographs. Although I'm an enormous a fan of photography, no photograph will replicate the awe and wonderment experienced by a small child standing beneath a larger than life-size mural. These murals are intended to be experienced outdoors under blue skies with the Santa Barbara Riviera and Santa Barbara Junior High as a background, not the fluorescent lights of the Faulkner Gallery. I fail to see how taking high-resolution photographs and storing them in libraries or archives serves the children in the neighborhood who will probably never go to those places to see them. These murals are accessible to the people of the East Side neighborhood and are an integral fabric of the community that created them. Please do not take any action today that will allow the current conceptual design to move forward until there has been a genuine effort to seek community input and agreement about the treatment of the Ortega Park murals, as recommended repeatedly in the Sites and Studio Conservation Report being reviewed today. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do see one more person who wishes to speak. It's Mark Alvarado. Mr. Alvarado, I will unmute you. And you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I hope it's clear to you that what has been presented to you today is an attempt to cover up for the original intent to destroy every piece of historic art in the park. What has been presented to you has not been vetted with the community, the Neighborhood Advisory Council, nor the Arts Advisory Committee. Did you know that all the murals are eligible for federal CDBG dollars for their preservation, rehabilitation, or restoration as historic properties? Do you believe that the city of Santa Barbara has not bothered to exercise this option in regards to the murals in the park? As well, these federal dollars that the city is eligible for and uses annually could pay for historic preservation studies, plans, and the actual cost for rehabilitating, restoring, and preserving the work. There are also other questions related to the city's use of federal dollars for the reconstruction of the murals, the bathrooms, and the Welcome House within the last 10 years. Federal regulations need to be explored to ensure there are no violations or liabilities associated with the destruction of the murals or the structures in the park. I strongly recommend that you do not accept items A and B before you today, but defer to the California State Historic Preservation Office for review by the California State Historical Resources Commission. The review should include a historical narrative substantiating the recommendation on the significance of the murals to include their historic content, integrity, and the cultural resource it is to the city. The insensitive and discriminatory statement made in both the Ortega Park Master Plan and the evaluation report, which says the structures do not represent an intact, unique, or particular style that is important to the heritage of the city, nor does it form an integral component to the thematic complex or distinction that does not qualify it as a historic resource. That's a slap in the face to the Latino community. The statement is a full disregard for our cultural and historic contribution that was still very relevant today. Do the right thing and table this item until you can exercise a better public process so you can make a transparent and ethical decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I believe that is the last person who wished to speak. So back to you for questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for the commission, so as we kick off questions, maybe we can start with, if Mr. Unzueta, we might want some questions for him towards maybe after we get into some more questions for the applicants and the report writer. So why don't we dive in if commissioners want in terms of for the applicants and report writer, if we want to start there with questions, and then we'll go to Mr. Unzueta for some questions, and then we'll circle back into comments and that. So, and also as well, I would ask the commissioners, this is a complex beast, right, that we're kind of wrestling with here. There's lots of different factors, and for one, just the sheer number that are being analyzed in the report, the sheer number of murals. So I do also want to give a quick little outline, especially for new members, but just in terms of both our purview, but also what sort of options we have on the table for different ways in which we can address reports, especially complex reports that we might agree with some or all of or none of. And so in ways in which we might ask report writers to change, or if we don't feel comfortable with their conclusions. Our first kind of understanding is, I think that one of the questions we need to ask is what murals, if any, are that we agree with on the report that we think are structures of merit, or other ones that we might want to be additionally analyzed or discussed, and why. And then as well, separate that from, so if the piece is, if we think it is a historic resource or valuable as a historic resource, that's one question. And then the treatment of it is also a second question. And Ms. Hernandez as well, if you want to weigh in on this, or as we ask questions of this, the first part of it is just, is it a historic resource? And then the second part of it is what happens with treatment. And there's a difference between what CEQA, something of mitigating a negative declaration, and what we might do to that resource and what we might be okay with, versus as the HLC, versus what the report writer says is okay. So it might be totally legal and proper for CEQA for an answer, but it also might be something that we think there's a better way of doing it. So I think we also need to separate those two things out in terms of our understanding and commentary on it. I'd ask the commissioners to kind of make distinguishments in their comments as we go forward, and in their questions now as we go forward with reasoning for the different pieces. So with that long-winded note, I will open up for questions from the commission.
Mr. Chair.
I saw Commissioner Edmonds' hand first, and then Commissioner Drury after.
Thank you. My question is really regarding the report and not the presentation right now. And I don't quite understand the financial implications in the report. Could we bring the report up and choose any one of the murals, one of the pages that shows the different choices we have in regards to financially how we're impacted? It's a long report, so I don't know if anybody know what page one of that would be. I didn't print the report.
Hi, I'm just going to jump in. It's in the appendices. So it is all the way at the end.
And if it could be, I mean, I can hardly read, I can't actually read any of the print because it's too small. So maybe when we get there, is there a way to make it bigger?
Okay, you're in the right.
Can you make bigger? Maybe even more. Okay, so if you could just explain to me, and maybe everybody else has got the same question, what the and I'm sorry, I still can't read it. So maybe somebody else can. When you talk locate within the park, let's see. And you're saying to relocate this particular, perfect. This particular mural would be a cost of $300,000, or is that $300,000 to relocate all of the murals?
That's an individual price per mural. That's probably about the average of the murals, because they are, structural elements of architecture. The process for relocating them as a whole piece, which is the safest way to do so, is quite involved. It certainly can and has been done in the past. Even, for example, your murals in front of the art museum, the Siqueiros murals, Portrait of Mexico Today, that was relocated from the Pacific Palisades.
Thank you. So I'm just
actually, as a follow-up to that question, sorry, as a follow-up to that question, because we're on this page, in that it being a kind of a big ballpark number, is how is that number gotten to? How did you get to 300,000 as opposed to 100,000 or?
So based on the size and based on, let's see, so the line items I could go through for you would be mobilization, structural stabilization, saw cutting the mural, protecting the mural face, and then the crane to relocate. This does not include, I understood that there are hazardous materials abatement that needs to take place in the park. So that cost would not include hazardous materials abatement. Once the mural is relocated, depending on where and how it's integrated into any structures or architecture, there would also need to be a display mount constructed. That cost does not include the mount because it's so dependent on where it would be relocated and how it would be integrated or not into existing architecture or other structures. If it's possible to relocate within the park only using a crane, that would be part of the cost. If you would need any trucking or travel mounts, that's also not included. So if it would help the committee, I could give a more detailed outline of the budget itemization.
Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I just wanted to just get some clarity on that. So that's part of that question. Okay, Commissioner Edmonds, did you have a?
Yeah, just to continue my thinking, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So if we take, I think there was a suggestion of, let's just use the number 8 murals to be relocated at an average cost of 300,000 would be 2.4 million. What is the cost? And I apologize if you've told me already and I don't know it. What is the entire cost of the project excluding moving the murals?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the estimate that we have right now is old, but 2008, I believe, but it's at that point it was about 14 million. And one of the other questions I just wanted to, or comments I wanted to add is that the reason that these costs are high for relocating a piece of art that's on a building is because the buildings and the walls are concrete block, at some cases not well reinforced, and then with a plaster or stucco veneer. So you can imagine it's like trying to move a bunch of potato chips over.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an old possibility of 14 million, and then on top of that, whatever that would come out to be would be another 2.4 million. The last part of my question, and that is, was it ever considered when the plan was being developed to develop a plan with, splash pond and parking places, et cetera, to work with where the murals are currently located so they didn't have to be moved?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, when we started this process, we knew that the buildings were less than 50 years old. We knew the art was a very important part of the master plan. It was always our intention to include murals within the new master plan. So when we went through the very aggressive outreach program, which took, as I said, 150 people were involved. I think there were 7 different meetings. Keeping the murals was not part of what the public asked for. Now, incorporating murals was what they wanted. And even that, there was only 1 vote for incorporating the murals, but we included it in several different parts of the master plan that was approved by Planning Commission. So, but what we have done since is we did look at trying to see what could be kept in place. And obviously the walls around the pool are very difficult to do that. The restroom building is right in the middle of our aquatics facility, so it'd have to have major changes. But really the one big thing was that we have 10,000 cubic yards of grading that's going to be removed from this site. Part of that is to meet accessibility, new accessibility requirements, and part of that is to remove a hazardous soil that is currently under the ground, because this was a city dump, and it's time, now is our chance to remediate. The reason that we kept the Welcome House, which is on the corner, is because it's the farthest away from the remediation site.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Edmonds, before we go to Commissioner Drury? Okay, Commissioner Drury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a couple of D words that have been sprinkled throughout this presentation, and they both have, they're both pretty dissonant. And I imagine that de-accession simply means destruction. Is that correct? I'm talking to the people who wrote the report.
That's correct.
So de-accession means that you eliminate the murals and replace them with photographs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Commissioner Drury?
No, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Jordan, were you looking for questions?
I have a question for Mr. Van Mullen, and it's really a clarification. Towards the end of your presentation, you made a statement about the implications of designating them as structures of merit. I believe you used the word that such designation would make them static. And I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean nothing could be done to them? They couldn't be renewed or treated? What does the word static in terms of a designation mean?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, before I answer that question, could Ted elevate Andrew Bermond and also Jill Zachary to be panelists and not just attendees? And then, let me answer that question. So much like several of the art pieces, they have changed over time. Take, for instance, Campesinos, which is an A+. Campesinos was originally painted on a building that was torn down. And then it was recreated by a different artist with that of the first artist's permission, and then changed by that artist again over time. So that evolution would no longer take place. Now, the artwork would still be able to be preserved, but it would be preserved statically. It would not evolve.
And just as a clarification on that, it would not be able to evolve without coming before HLC and having a sign off on as a structure of merit, having being in the same way that structures of merit, all other structures of merit, if you want to do something to them, you have to come to HLC to propose what you want to do to them, and then it has to be accepted before it can go on, and it has to be found that it's not having a negative impact, or you can avoid a CEQA. Correct? That's a correct assessment, right? It won't be static in the way of you can't ever do anything to it. It would just be that it would have to be come before HLC. Isn't that right?
Mr. Chair, Andrew Bermond, Capital Project Supervisor in the Parks Department, and that's correct. We would be restoring to a historic resource or requesting to make modifications to a historic resource, and that would be a public process rather than the decision of a muralist.
Great. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to clarify that. Commissioner Jordan, do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. And I apologize, as a new member, I'm still getting straight the procedures. But it seems like we have two documents. One is the SNS mural evaluation report. And then there's a separate one, the architectural historian's report. And all of the public speakers encouraged us not to accept I need to be clear in my mind before we vote. Is it possible to accept the S&S report, which is a description of its physical conditions, but not accept the architectural historian's report?
Okay, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan and Mr. Chair and Commissioners, you should really look at the conservators report first and make decisions on those findings. If you find that structures are structure and merit worthy and want to pass a resolution of intention to move forward with that, then that would sort of bring in the second report, which would be if the project as proposed, which is to demolish the murals and recreate them, would you consider that a mitigation measure is the recreation? I think the slide we just had up that showed the different treatments, the bottom treatment was recreation that the conservator had listed. So that was the only one. But I think that the discussion of that second report really isn't up yet. We really need to decide if you accept the conclusions of the conservators' reports and think these are structure and merit eligible. And just as a reminder, CEQA does consider more than just structures as historic resources. They even consider objects and manuscripts. So, these, even though they're not historic buildings, they are features that can be designated historic. And we have designated as a landmark a mural in the past, and it's the mosaic mural that's over on the public market that was removed and relocated when they demolished that building. So that's an example of another mural that we've done in this commission. So I think really deciding their significance is the first step. And then the second step would be if you would look at the reproduction of them as a mitigated negative declaration, because it's not a, it does have a negative impact. So that's why we're here.
Now, as a point of clarification on this, so the first, that first decision, the item A of whether these are historic resources or not, qualify as historic resources or not, if we accept that, are we accepting only the 8 or 9 or whatever it was number that in terms of that were said to have found some significance, and we are officially saying no to all the other ones on that were evaluated, the 18 or whatever the total is? Are we saying with the acceptance of that report, are we actually saying no to the others, or is it only that we're saying yes to the 8 or the 9 or the whatever?
You can make as you know, you as a commission have often accepted reports with conditions. That we accept this report with the condition that we request the report preparer to look at these other items, consider rewriting it with these considerations, or you can make that note that you as the expert body think more than that is significant, or we can go through them. She had through them one by one and say, you all think this is significant, this one's significant, this one's significant. So, we have the slides so that you can do that as well. Since there are
Thank you.
So many.
Okay, so Commissioner Jordan, are we getting closer to clarity on where we're going with this? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I have a question related to Commissioner Jordan's first question, and I just want to be clear on procedure that if we were to move towards designating whatever number of murals as structures of merit, and subsequently there was another set of community meetings to get input from the community on what they wanted, that doesn't preclude relocation of murals or even the demolition of murals, as long as there's probably a requirement for a mitigation, such as documentation or something like that. But it leaves options open to the community if we do designate these.
Ms. Hernandez?
Yes. So the as with historic buildings, we have relocated historic buildings. So you can relocate, you can restore in place, and even reconstruct. That's why they have the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction, which is what I used, even though it's a little different for art. So the CEQA outlines those as possible. If you can meet some of those standards, those can be considered mitigation measures. So those are sort of the options and the treatments that are recommended by the Secretary of Interior.
Well, a follow-on question, if the community decided that they only wanted to preserve 4 of the murals and the other 4 weren't important to them, do they have the option of demolishing them without replacing them?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner House, that's theoretically possible. We would have to return to the Historic Landmarks Commission with a proposal to demolish a historic structure at that point. It would be this commission's purview whether or not to do that. Conversely,
and correct me if
And
I'm
the
wrong,
EIR.
and a land, yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as a land, if it was a landmark, it wouldn't have that demolition option. But if it's a structure of merit, it does have. Okay, sorry, keep going.
It would be an EIR because there would be no mitigation for the demolition.
Okay,
yes.
Vice Chair House, does that answer your questions? And then we'll go to Commissioner Lendick.
I believe it does.
Okay, Commissioner Lendick.
Yes, am I heard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for the report writer and maybe even Nicole. In the presentation, the slides that we saw, you showed and related the number of meetings and whatever that you had with the community members. Is there a reason why that information is not in your report, the SNS report?
I guess I'll speak to that first. So we were called in after the meetings to determine the Ortega Park master plan occurred. The Site and Studio team did conduct artist interviews and stakeholder interviews. We tried to interview as many artists as we could get a hold of. And then we talked to probably around 20 or so interested community members.
Well, I think it's, if it's not against policy or whatever, I think it's important that information be contained in some documents that are out there as to the number of contacts and meetings that were held, because I get the impression in listening to the public speakers this afternoon that they weren't consulted, they weren't involved, they weren't spoken to, so I find it to be confusing that you could have had all these meetings and yet some people still want to see more. So I think that if you were not at those meetings, you should get a memorandum or something from the city that indicates what was held, maybe a memo with the results or whatever, and include it as part of your appendix so that future decision makers will understand that there's been contact with the community about these murals. Thank you. Oh, wait, another point.
Was there a question there at the end?
Well, it's a question. My question was, is it allowed to have that kind of information in an environmental document? That was my question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lindvik, the community outreach is documented in the Ortega Park master plan and absolutely can be included in the CEQA document as a detail.
All right. One other.
Thank you.
It's a comment, but it's also a question about the estimating that I see. I've been involved in in moving some buildings over the years. And I find it hard to believe that you could not move the entire restroom building for $300,000 by a house mover. I'm done.
Okay,
Again,
who is
oh,
next
sorry.
in terms of questions? Or, okay, or unless you want, Commissioner Lenvick, you want that to be a question. Could you get a house mover to move it for 300,000? Okay, other questions by other commissioners?
I don't have any questions. I'm ready for comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Graves.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to comment that those budget estimates were based off of estimates from one construction company based out of Los Angeles. So I think, you know, if relocation was to be, and again, an estimate, so if relocation is to be considered, definitely you would want to get a number of bids in order to understand. I do feel like a significant amount of that price tag is related to the protection of the surface during that process, which can be expensive. And as Justin said, I think because of the lack of reinforcement that we were concerned about, also increases the price as well as the cost of the amount of steel. But like I said, I'm sure you could probably get a number of bids to modify those estimates.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, it was Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, a question. If some of these murals are structures of merit or potential structures of merit, isn't there an impact on the integrity of the historic resource if it's moved from its location? That can be an impact, can it? Can it not? Maybe that's a question for
Ms. Hernandez.
Relocation can be an impact because you no longer have the integrity of the original setting. However, it has been done to save buildings in our community as a measure to save them from demolition. We've relocated them.
Could I comment on that
And-
as well?
Yes,
the answer is that it can be an impact, a negative impact.
It can be.
Yes, and Ms. Graves, go ahead. You can answer that as well.
I would just like to clarify and highlight perhaps, you know, most of the murals that we recommended as structures of merit would be able to survive, would likely be able to survive relocation. The ones that have the structural issues, which is the Codex Cospi, as well as Aztec Chumash Solstice and the underwater Atlantis Toltecas. Those three murals, would either have conditions that would make it very risky to relocate, or B, you would have to, you couldn't relocate them as a full unit. You would have to cut them into various portions, which would certainly be a negative impact during relocation.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yes, Mr.
additional
Chair.
questions? Commissioner
Mr.
Drury?
Chair. Yes, does, when the report says relocation and or recreation, what does recreation mean?
So in the report, recreation would mean document the mural usually with photography and have the original artist recreate the mural using paint rather than
So it would be a community project.
Correct.
That would become a community project under the auspices of Mr. Nzueta or whoever is appropriate, correct?
That's correct. We sort of defined reproduction as something different. which would
Yeah.
be documenting and, reproducing in another material. So recreation would be repainting the mural in a different location, but by the same artist if possible.
And then the only other thing I was thinking, I've been down there quite a few times the last few days at various times a day. And I would recommend, first of all, just as a statement, if you will bear with me, Mr. Chair, go down and look at those murals. They're extraordinary, especially in person. Has there been any thought to the ones that are painted on slumpstone or cinder blocks, of removing them and numbering them and rebuilding them in place, wherever the place that may be in that park, and having the joints painted over by a team? Is that a possibility?
That sounds almost like a question, Mr. Drury.
It is actually. It's a question.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Graves,
and-
is it- Yeah,
Mr.
okay,
Chair,
go ahead.
Commissioner Drury, that's effectively what a relocation method. If relocating all in one piece is infeasible, a secondary effort.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. I have a question actually for Mr. Unsueta, if he could come on as well.
And Mr. Chair, I'm going to unmute Mr. Unzueta.
Okay.
And Mr. Unzueta, you are unmuted.
Yes, can you ask me the question again, sir?
Sure. So my first question was about if you have read the report, the whatever 100-pager, 99, and what your thoughts on it were, in terms of your sort of analysis of how, because being the person that has the most background with it, hands-on, were there things that you saw that were bigger things that were missing, or there are other reactions to it as just both the analysis of the actual pieces and that, but also your reaction in terms of the potential treatments of moving or redoing or other?
Yes, thank you. My impression of what I have heard, I can see that it's a very difficult project for so much heavy walls. The mural at the Museum of Art by Siqueiros, which is outside of Santa Barbara, they brought it all the way from LA and they spent a lot of money, okay? That's much, okay? That's a world famous. But I have read about the prices and moving things. Therefore, I appreciate all the suggestions that are being given regardless how to save the murals as they are. But I want to say that I'm only 75% optimistic about that because of the challenges. What I would say is that there's got to be some alternatives to this, and I am supportive of alternatives to say, well, this wall is hard to keep it the size it is. And I feel that, yes, we can have some walls in some areas, and I like to take my offering to make the murals just exactly the way they are. I've been doing this all my life, and I feel that, yes, we can do that, because I know that this committee, and then when you go to the other committees, we're going to keep on going in circles. And to me, while we have you guys really hard on the project, I really want us to go ahead and approve a mural project where 2 or 3 can be really saved, as I can see. And the rest, I think that we can replicate them. And I have done that before. So to me, I would say that I appreciate the effort of this committee to say, okay, we're listening, and then you're going to send back your impressions to the other committees. And I think that there's got to be an alternative before everything might fall apart in regards to funding, in regards to what is historical and what is not, etc. So to me, I am listening to every suggestion, and I feel that we should never give up on the project. simply because it's getting extra expensive, going beyond the limits. I think that some walls, as I look at them, it's going to be quite a challenge, to save them originally. So 1 or 2 or 3 murals to be saved. This is again my impression, what I see, and the others, well taken care of. I promise you that we can replicate the other ones, because as I listen to the arguments, as I listen to the challenges, I can feel that we can come to a consensus that not all of them can be saved, okay? Not all of them. If we could say, hey, listen, we gotta make sure that the mural presence in this multifaceted park right in front of a great monument, Santa Barbara Junior High, with its beauty and the names of the streets that you know around it, Salsipuedes, Ortega. The reason Salsipuedes Street is called Salsipuedes because Ortega Park used to be a swamp. And by the way, under that swamp is a Cañón Perdido. You know what that means? The lost cannon of the 1840s. And that cannon is under Ortega Park somewhere in there when it used to be a swamp. So it's already historical. I think that even we should have a sculpture of a cannon to give honor to Cañón Perdido Street. Therefore, I am open. This is me as the artist that has been able to bring the professional side with my education and my experience, that I am open to some situations that before we say that not everything can be saved and say forget about it, I hope we don't go to that. I still think that there's a way that we can, instead of photographs, instead of man, it'll be awesome. We could do it with tile. If they were tile, my God, that would be awesome. But the fact is that I feel that the reports that I am seeing, they are really, really good, and some of them are highly technical and financial. If it is a possibility that, especially the mural, with a whale and by the swimming pool, I'm aware of this, might be impossible. I would like to invite my community friends for us to be flexible to where the art can be placed in this plan that is being proposed, and see what we can do to say we really can keep the presence of art in this part of the community. And I think that we can save a lot of money, a lot of headaches, a lot of misconceptions, committee with committee and community. And I think that we can work it out. So I would like to see that two sides, that 2 or 3 murals can be saved, maybe 4. And then we would like to see what is the final process when you send the report back to the Planning Commission and eventually to the arts departments. And I'm open. I'm open to that.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to cut you off just for time's sake, but thank you very much for your input. Were there any other commissioners that had questions for Mr. Unzueta before we let him go, or before we switch back? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Unzueta.
Thanks to you.
All right. Back to the commission now. So now, unless there's any other questions, let's go into comment phase. So I ask the applicants to turn off their video. And if we have to jump back into questions to clarify anything, we will, but we'll try to, in the interest of time, we'll try to keep our comments going. And so,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just had, before I switch off my video and microphone, I just had one correction. I just want to the board to understand that 14 million was done in estimated in 2018, and there, of course, we don't have any funding currently, but we are aggressively working to get grants of almost $10 million. And those grants, of course, have timelines for applications. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then as far as when we looked at keeping that the one structure, the bathroom structure, it's just so small that it doesn't meet the community's needs. So keeping it at that location, that was one of the problems as well. Of course, and the hazardous material that surrounds it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in with comments.
Yeah, and actually just, just to add before you do.
What's that?
Before you do, I just want to make sure you comment on a particular thing. For all commissioners, as we go through with comments, but can you also, we're right now we're focusing on on whether we agree that these are historic structures. We agree with the report, and not necessarily the recommendations for treatments of them, but just whether they qualify as historic resources, and that the other pieces only these do, and the other pieces don't in terms of the as historic resources. So make sure you comment on that aspect at least when you comment. All right, Commissioner Drury, now go take it away.
I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but I'll try.
Okay.
If we can make a neon sign a structure of merit, I think we could figure out a way to make these historic structures, even though the structures, the art pieces themselves are 50 years old or less. Once again, I really encourage the commission to go down and visit Ortega Park. A number of these are top notch, and all of them are creative and earnest and community based. And for instance, the low wall that runs along Ortega Street between Nopal and Salsipuedes is a repetitive motif that can be easily replicated, I'm sure. But the standing in back of the stage, I think is about 6 feet high, that hides an electrical box behind it and faces out into the park itself, is really extraordinary. I'm kind of appalled that there was even a suggestion of destruction or a photo file, because that's not what we should be considering. And Mr. Mwali was exactly right in that a photograph, and this photograph is no substitute for the murals themselves. So I really don't know what the machinery of the report and how to respond, except I think that this project needs to be rethought from the ground up. I think the idea of an expansive park with all these wonderful amenities in it should take second place to these murals, which are part of a cultural community, and it's their cultural resources. I'm kind of beside myself. If I'm all over the map, I apologize, because the idea of some of these, especially like the one that's called Deportes, it's extraordinary. It's labyrinthine. It's unique, and then that goes with Niños de Maíz, another one that's extraordinary painting. I looked at these things for an hour or two this morning again, and I was struck by the delicacy and the force and the creative energy that goes into these big murals. And they pull something off with, in many cases, terrible material. Paint that was retrieved from the dump, for instance. And these things have stood the test of time to a certain extent. Some of them are significantly damaged, but can all be repaired. I would be, and it's not to stand in the way of the progress of developing the park for more activity. I don't know. I don't really care for that one way or the other. I think that's a great idea, but not at the expense of these murals. And I don't know what to. I don't know if I've veered off base, but I'm going to stop there and just.
Do you have
say
an
that,
opinion about? Do you have opinion about murals, Mr. Drury?
No, well, yes, I do. I think these are
No, I'm just
specifically
kidding.
in a long tradition of Hispanic and Chicano murals. I mean, when you think of the three big ones, we've had Diego Rivera here, we have Siqueiros, and we have Orozco. And those men and their helpers created an art form that is really significant, and it's being it lives on today in people like Manuel Unzueta and his compatriots. I think that should be protected. It should be at the forefront of any project that goes into Ortega Park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jordan.
I have two quick comments about agenda item 3, which is requesting that we accept some reports. First of all, I was very sensitive to the public comments, both the spoken comments and the written letters that we received, including in particular the one by the executive director of the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, which I found very persuasive. My second comment is that muralism, the making of murals like this, is a living tradition of art making. And I am very reluctant to take any action that would interrupt or stop that or freeze it or make it static. These murals have evolved since 1979. And I am very wary of doing anything that would stop that process.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
Mr. Chair, I'll chime in
Commissioner Early.
if you'll let me. First, observations about the report. I've had a great deal of experience with the conservation of artwork, and I find the report somewhat confusing and lacking. Typically, I'm accustomed to seeing a report that would give you the context and describe what the asset is, and then go into why it is important. And this report does some of those pieces, but there's a disjointed conversation about the treatment of the artwork. You get it in pieces like preserve in place or relocate within the park, but there's not really a table that gives you the piece, its condition, and how to treat it. So I'm not 100% comfortable with the delivery of the report itself. So there's a comment on that. Comment on whether or not, in general, murals are worthy of designation. I totally agree that they are. The criteria that it be 50 years old only applies to architecture. It doesn't apply to any other artifact. And paintings, murals, statues, etc., all drive their own importance, depending on
Commissioner Early. Just a little.
Am I
quick note on
cracking
that,
up?
and no, just a quick note on what, well, just the 50-year-old thing. I forgot to make that comment, but it's actually not even to the architecture necessarily. That's a basic standard, right? And that our city has chosen. Other cities have other ones. That's a basic standard, but it's not. It doesn't. If it's not 50 years or older, it doesn't disqualify it from being either a historic resource or a resource. So in terms of what we judge it, we don't have to go by. It doesn't have to be 50 years old. It's just what I want to make sure that everyone's understanding. Yeah.
I understand.
Okay. Sorry.
And
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying is that criteria doesn't apply to artwork. Anyway, let me carry on. I think we're missing the broader picture. I mean, on this item, first of all, we're an hour behind, so I want to try and make it quick. We dove right into the weeds and the details and how the plant gets grown, but we didn't really have a conversation about the plant itself. In my mind, I totally agree with Commissioner Dorwin. If we're going to designate anything, we should designate the park as a cultural resource and allow the expression of the Chicano community to express themselves in murals that evolve over time. I think the purpose of a community mural is just that. These that we're reviewing now were an expression from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 20 years from now, there will be another group who want to express themselves in that generation, and they should be allowed to. But if these are designated, they get frozen in time. And it would be a shame if, also it's a First Amendment issue as well. Can't forget that. It would be a shame to have any part of this park designated that would require an artist who wants to express themselves in a cultural way to have to get the approval of HLC to do it. So I'm not in favor of designating any of them. I believe they are important. I believe that they express some cultural ideas from that community, and we shouldn't designate them because we tie their hands and nobody gets a paintbrush. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Early.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Well, first of all, I want to say on the evaluation report that I thought it was fascinating and very comprehensive, and I very much enjoyed reading it. But I think that Commissioner Uli has just changed my thinking on things. I was in support of designation, but I find it an intriguing concept to protect or preserve the park itself as a home for murals, to allow flexibility for them to change and evolve over time. And the other point I want to make is I think the most important contribution needs to come from the neighborhood and the residents that use this park. And that's why I asked the question about, you know, if they decided they didn't care about certain murals, are their hands tied? You know, my understanding is there was a lot of outreach and public input prior to the time it became evident that these murals could be considered historic resources or cultural resources, and could be designated as structures of merit. And so there was never any public input to any great degree on that question. And so that needs to come next. But, you know, I hate to start from square one, but I think that staff needs to greatly include the neighborhood to explore these options of designating, not designating, making the park as a whole something that is preserved. And I'm uncomfortable deciding that for them. And I also want to speak to Mr. Unzueta's pragmatism. I greatly appreciate how pragmatic he was, recognizing, you know, fiscal constraints and et cetera, et cetera. Should I make a comment on the staff report at this time, or is that a separate thing?
So, Ms. Hernandez, if you wouldn't mind.
That's separate. I mean, that staff report wouldn't even be valid if you guys don't, or if you as a commission don't think these are should be designated as structures of merit.
I'll save it for later.
Yeah, because that is just reviewing the conservator's report saying replicate the murals as a recreate.
Well, I guess the one thing I wanted to comment on there is the finding that reproducing it with vinyl or on aluminum meets this standard. And I cannot see how, let's see, materials, design, color, and texture. I mean, the texture is not replicated, the materials are not replicated. So I just want to say I could not ever support replication on vinyl or aluminum.
Well, then the conservator's report has that as a treatment under, so maybe you should question or talk about that in her report, because if you don't think that that's a treatment, then her report suggests it.
No,
and she's an art conservator.
So just as in terms of our operation here, and also to keep us moving, I think we need to first decide on whether it's a historic resource, and then if what are we going to do about the historic resourcedness of what we think about this, all these projects and this project, and however we're going to categorize it. That's the first question. And then if they're not historic resources, or if we're not want to qualify it in some way, then it's off our plate and out of our jurisdiction. That's the first decision. We need to first decide on that, so that then the treatment of the thing becomes under our jurisdiction if it is indeed a historic resource in some way, shape, or form. then we're the review body because this is not EPB. So I want to try to get that answered first.
Yes.
I think that needs to be part of our discussion.
So,
Okay.
yeah, and the treatments are in the conservator's report. That's where, because she's the conservator. So that's what we look to as an expert. I'm not an expert, but we really look to that report. And that's why we're here bringing that to you.
And the treatment that
Okay,
we're
Commissioner-
proposing, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, the treatment we're proposing is to repaint the murals, and our preference would be to have the original artist be a part of that repainting. Thank you.
Fair.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Lenbeck.
Yes, you know, the value of the murals is, not questioned. The value of the soccer field, however, is not questioned either by a large group of the neighbors or population, or the value of the pool. And I think we've got to be more respectful of what the community wants, and community concerns about a mural or the group of murals can dictate that they be designated. I just don't know that we have heard the last word from the community on this issue, and I think Mr. Nzueta maybe touched on that a little bit. And my thought is, if I might offer a suggestion, is that we suggest that this report be continued, so that they can allow the community to speak to the murals in relationship to the entire project, and possibly make a decision themselves as to whether or not some murals should be maintained, retained, decommissioned, so on and so forth. And I think that would be a much preferable way to go, is to get more community input on these issues, as opposed to us sitting here saying, well, that mural's good, that mural's bad. And we're not keeping it in context of what the community wants with regard to the park. I mean, they can
Okay.
exist together.
Now, let me jump in for a second and ask Ms. Hernandez. So the idea that Commissioner Uli just floated and threw out there of a historic or cultural resource of the park as a mural park, and what would the options on that be? Because that would then still put it in the realm of our review, or at least our review of a master plan for it, or some way of moving forward, and even continued moving forward as time went on, as I would understand it, without being specific to this mural is good, this mural is not good enough, that kind of a judgment on in terms of evaluation of the murals from our standpoint as well. So what could something like that look like if we were wanting to keep? And I'm going to bring this up in the context of, normally, most of our historic resources aren't these living things, except for maybe trees. And so we don't have such an issue of making them static or freezing them, because we usually want to preserve them and keep them up. So we're usually less worried about making them static. So, Ms. Hernandez, do you have a suggestion or an idea for how that might be accomplished, aside from just looking at these 9 or whatever, whether we agree with them or not?
So making the park a structure of merit instead of the individual features within.
Yeah. And then these can be contributing features, or just contributing elements, and as well as, because it's not and I don't know if there's a cultural way of doing it as opposed to a historical way, if there's other leniency in those nuances, where something, well, none of it's even 50 years old. So in terms of our old enough to be historic, a semi-threshold that we use or tend to use, our guideline, it would allow for new stuff to come in, and it would still just be part of the ongoing tradition.
I'd have to do some more research on that. I haven't done something like that. I think I'd need to talk to some colleagues. I could talk
Okay.
to the State Historic Preservation Office, maybe.
Okay,
and
I
see
just
what
wanted
they
to
would
see if there was
suggest. I
a,
just
yeah.
haven't done a whole park that didn't have like landscape design.
Yeah, because in a certain sense, in my mind, I see the neighborhood historic, you know, the way in which our ordinance is you know, being adapted and changed to be sort of a neighborhood and contributing elements is a potential kind of way of a framework of seeing this. So anyways, I just wanted to know if you had an easy answer. So, okay, so back to the commission. So it's seeming like there's, if we are going to, there's seeming like there's a number of different ideas right now that we're trying to wrestle with, right? One is, what it seems, I haven't heard a single commissioner mention thinking that these are not at least somewhat historic resource in some way, or valuable, or potentially very valuable. And so it's seeming like that seems fairly unanimous. I think there's also the question of, are we just going to use our standard historic resource, and if so, which ones do we declare and why? And then, or if not, if there's this other option of still having some thoughtfulness to the existing murals, with being able to keep moving forward in their tradition of painting over or painting new, that we're referencing and building on. So I don't know, it seems like that's where we kind of are. Commissioner Uli, was your idea of the larger park. What were you thinking of that?
You know, I think it is possible. The park itself has its own history, and for decades, it has been, you know, as it was said in public comment, has been the center of cultural interaction with this particular part of the neighborhood. So it has its own history. The murals are an outgrowth expression of that history. I'm sure that the improvements on the park over time have responded to people's requests for, you know, a restroom or a meeting house or whatever it is. But I tend to agree with Commissioner Lindbeck. You know, it would sure be nice to have a stronger community input about the value and whether or not they feel, given the context that if these murals get designated, you're basically tying the hands of the artist or future artists, because they get frozen in time. It doesn't mean you couldn't do new murals on new surfaces in the park, but at least the ones that are in this family get frozen. And I think designating, first of all, I'm not looking to add any jurisdiction to HLC. We've got plenty to do in EPV and other locations. So it's not like we're needing the work. So, you know, but designating the park at the park level would allow some interaction. But personally, I say we don't designate it at all.
Okay, other commissioners?
Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Dordan.
As I look at the agenda and what the agenda is asking us to do, we don't have an agenda item saying designate these structures of merit. We have an agenda item that's requesting acceptance of a couple of reports.
Yeah, so let's get clarity on that.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Dordan. Our local ordinance says if you, as a commission, accept a report that finds something significant, you have to, concurrent in this hearing, move towards adding it to the potentials list or designating it. So that kind of says that you accept the report and you follow through with your action and designate it. That's, I guess, why that was added to the ordinance. So that's sort of why the ordinance ties your hands. You can't just accept a report that says something significant and do nothing about it.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, I respectfully disagree with my colleague, Commissioner Uli, that these murals couldn't, they have been evolving in the past and that they couldn't evolve even though they were designated as a structure of merit. I know that when we had to bring handicapped access to the courthouse, we made changes to the courthouse. And I know that the mission has been extended and the library has been painted different colors, and the Museum of Art Santa Barbara Museum has gone after significant changes. So architecture is a living thing, and it changes with time, with our approval. And I think that the murals could be designated and that we could still allow them to evolve as they have in the past. But I certainly support the idea of designating the park as a resource, as a historic resource. And if we can go that way, I don't think that's on the agenda. I agree with Commissioner Dordan, that's not on our agenda right now, but we could continue that, and maybe the report can be cleaned up. I'm talking about the report, and item A could be cleaned up a little bit.
And actually, sort of along those lines, just to sort of tag on to that, Commissioner Mann. So we could request a report analyzing the park as a cultural resource or as a historic resource based on the murals and what has taken place and the cultural significance. And then that would be a cultural outreach as well, in terms of community outreach, as to pull some of that information in and sort of get the bigger, broader context for why this might be, why the park itself might qualify. That could be a way of directing things. Is that right?
I like that, and I think that we should. I would like to make a motion to continue item A with those instructions, that the report writer also consider the park as a resource and come back with that evaluation to us.
I'll
That's a
second
motion.
that, Mr. Chair. And if I could,
Sorry, who seconded that? Is that Vice Chair House? Okay.
and if I could make some comments on that, I think it would be good that the minutes reflect that the commission in general feels the murals are of value as historic resources or cultural resources, and we support some means to protect them, which needs to be further explored by staff. And any decisions need to involve extensive community involvement.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds first, and then we'll go Commissioner Lendick. Under discussion, we've got a motion and a second, so under discussion.
I was hesitating there because I had comments and then Vice Chair House covered some of it. I was originally going to say that I couldn't vote to accept the report as it is right now, because I feel like we've got the cart before the horse, not our fault, but it just happens sometimes that we end up with something that we need to review, and it's just not in the format that it should be for us. So based on what Vice Chair House added, I think I could support that. With community more community involvement, more option as far as what to do with the murals. I mean, they're beautiful. I agree. I ride my bike by them at least once a week. And yet I couldn't support, the cost of $2.4 million to move them. But I liked the option of having them repainted by the original artists in other places too. So as long as all that's incorporated, I would be okay with it.
All right, Commissioner Lendick.
Yeah, I would not support this motion. I can't imagine. I don't want to put myself in the shoes of the planning commission or the city council, but I can't imagine city council agreeing to designate this park as a structure of merit. I just can't. I can't believe that we would expect that of them, and we would waste our time even proposing it. It makes absolutely no sense. Uli's comment, position of this, forget this, don't make any designations, makes a lot more sense than trying to go to the city council with a resolution to designate this a structure of merit, a park. Makes no sense. I think this thing needs to go back to the community for their input.
And the motion was to explore options.
Well, the motion was to go back to the community for additional information about the cultural, it being a cultural resource as part of a park, as a potential for part of a park designation. That's right? I mean, that was one of the steps that's key and fundamental to it is understanding the park, the history of the park, the culture that has formed it and been part of it, and what it's meant to them. And then to have that be integrated into a report to see whether that would be the park itself would be a historic resource. That was.
So we're telling the city to spend another $50,000 and write another report.
Ms. Hernandez. Hernandez.
I just think sometimes when you think about when we're designating something like a park, what are we protecting? Because when we designate something, we're protecting something. So if there's the murals that you want to protect inside the park, I mean, we wouldn't be protecting the landscape features. We wouldn't be protecting the pool. I mean, you get kind of complicated when you designate something that you don't have a lot you want to protect there. If you would just want to protect the murals, I think it would be better to really state that's what your intent is. And if there's nothing else that you find really critical that you want to protect there, it's always the structure merit designation is so we're protecting something, essentially, because that's what that's what comes for your review, So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Uli.
Under discussion, I just want to fast forward. Let's say this gets designated. Let's fast forward a year or something, and someone in the community wants to, modify one of those murals or paint it. I am certain that we'll get a comment from the city attorney, just like we did on the Granada project, that murals are a First Amendment expression, and that isn't something that we get to comment about. And so I go back to saying we shouldn't designate anything here. We should let it alone. Recognize that it's important. Recognize that that important artists have contributed to these expressions, but we just complicate it when we wrap it up in a bunch of red tape that gets us stuck in First Amendment quarrel.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I have a question and a comment. Comment first. I do go by this park frequently. It's my access to get to the beach going down Salsapetas, and it's hardly ever in use. I hardly ever see anybody there, no matter what time of day, whether it's morning, midday, or afternoon. So that's my comment. My question is, do we have any other parks that have been designated?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Edmonds. It's on our potentials list, and it's designated a state district, but the beach park is a state designated resource from state. Yes, the park along the beach, all the way from State Street all the way to the Clark Estate and past to the roundabout is considered a cultural landscape, and it's has a state designation, and it's on our potentials list. And we looked at that very carefully when we all looked at the roundabout project last year. That's the park I can.
That's the closest thing we have to. Okay. Good.
Well, and the Rose Garden Park is all part of a landmark from the Rose Garden up past the bridge, the Mission Creek Bridge. It's called the Mission Historical Park. And it includes also a lot of the archaeological sites up there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so other comments on this?
Mr. Chair. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
I'll call for the question.
The intention of my motion was to continue this so that the writer of the report in item A could give these ideas consideration. This is a very complicated issue, and I think we should give the writer of the report a chance to think these things through and get back to us.
Mr. Chair, more
Vice Chair House?
more broadly than that, I'm thinking that the city architectural historian and the city attorney's office ought to all give this thought as to what options are workable to preserve these murals, and maybe the option that we all decide on is, as suggested by Commissioner Uli, to do nothing. But I think largely the motion is to continue this so these questions can be studied some more and to come back to us with their input.
Can we
Okay.
call the question?
So we need to make sure the motion is correct if it's and it's clear. So Mr. Hamilton, did you have
Read the
anything that
motion
you
back.
wanted to?
Mr. Chair,
Read
I
the
was just
motion
going to
back.
suggest, that the Commission Secretary read the motion back. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the commission. So what I captured was to continue the report, and I believe Commissioner Mahan just said the report in Part A, but I don't know if he meant both reports or just the report for Part A, but continue indefinitely with the comments to consider the park as a historic resource and return with an evaluation. And the comment that in general, the commission feels that the murals are of value as a historic resource and would like to see more community involvement. Obviously, there was more detail to that comment that I will capture when reviewing the tape, but does that get the gist of what the motion makers wanted?
All right, thank
Report
you.
A only.
Mr. Mahan?
Report A only. This motion is just for report A.
Okay.
Yes, with that
All
being
right.
continued,
Ms. Hernandez?
you shouldn't look at B because we don't have.
Exactly.
I see.
Okay, okay, so is it, and now maker of the motion and the second still both good with it as said?
I think it's a good all-purpose motion.
Okay, all right, so with that, let's do a roll call vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Evans,
Yes.
Commissioner Lombard,
No.
Chair House, or Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes with 1 no and 1 absence. And then Commissioner
Commissioner Lundick, can you state your reason for?
It's a silly request. It's poorly defined, poorly structured. I would be real surprised if the staff knows what you want done. It just is. It makes no sense to me.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we don't have an item B now. So are we on to, what's our?
Item 4.
Item 4.
I would
think
suggest item 4 is mute.
Yeah,
is mute.
yeah, so
Do
item
we
4
need
is,
a
okay,
motion
so
to continue it, or what is the appropriate action?
Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners, I believe the appropriate action would be to open the item and go through with public comment, and then you can do a motion to continue it.
Okay. All right, let's do that. So we will open item 4604 East Ortega Street, resolution of intention. Permit request of a possibly historic structure shall be scheduled in the Historic Landmarks Commission for a hearing of the application concurrently with duly noticed hearing to set the following options to list as a potential historic resource, structure, merit designation, or city landmark designation of 7 of the Ortega Park murals. So we'll open that item and we will go to, Mr. Manuel, sorry, Commissioner Manuel.
I'm sorry, I need to recuse myself for conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will go to public comment now. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please do so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we wait for some hands to be raised, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written public correspondence on item 4?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And at this time, I see one hand raised. So Mark Alvarado, I will unmute you. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a real quick comment regarding the designation of the park itself. There is a sample in San Diego. There's Chicano Park, where that has been designated in the National Registry as a historical resource, cultural resource. So there is an example of that could be looked at by the community. And I just wanted to appreciate all the input that the commissioners made, and hopefully we'll get some community consensus on all of this work. And if we come back to you, it'll be a lot more clear and easier for you guys to navigate to make a decision. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment?
All right, and if you would like to comment on item 4, please click the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. I don't see any additional hands raised at this time, Mr. Chair. Usually takes a couple seconds though. Just want to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Okay, Mr. Chair, I don't see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I make a
All right.
motion?
Vice Chair House, yes, please.
I will make a motion to continue this item as it is contingent on item 3, which was also continued.
I'll second that.
All right, Commissioner Jordan seconds. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I'll begin the roll call vote. We'll start with Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmund,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
5-minute
you.
break, Chair.
Yeah, yes. So let's do a 5-minute break, and then we are an hour and a half behind, so we will try to go fast after that. All right. Thank you. Amherst Commission, and we are on to item 5, 225 State Street. This is a continued item for project design approval. The commercial vernacular style building constructed in 1925 by E.F. Edwards is on the city's list of potential historic resources. The proposal for renovation of the existing commercial building. Exterior improvements to the commercial building include restoring the arched storefronts along State Street, replacing existing windows along the parking lot facade to match existing, restoration of existing clear story windows, replace existing low roof, replacing the upper clear story roofs, and repainting. Additional improvements include removal of the existing rooftop equipment, removal of the refrigeration units and equipment at the rear patio, installing new fencing, landscaping, and hardscape at the rear patio.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Mahan. Oh, although I'm almost done.
Oh, excuse me. Aren't you done yet? Okay.
Sorry, I was
As
just waiting for the slide. Okay, sounds good. Project design approval is requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis criteria and structure of merit findings. Project was last reviewed at consent on January 20th, 2021, and continued 2 weeks to the full commission meeting of February 3rd, 2021. And I bet you're going to say something about that, Commissioner Mahan. Oh,
Yeah,
and then Commissioner
this came before us, and we started to hear the presentation after a while, because of the prominence of this particular building and the complexity of it. I felt that it was too much for the consent calendar, and that it need to have the review of the full board. And I think also my landscape architect had to recuse himself. Isn't that true?
Yes, and I
Commissioner.
sound like a broken record, but I do need to recuse myself from this for conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
there's a big, you know, the part of the landscaping is a big issue. It's on the street side, I mean, the Montecito Street side. So I felt that it would be appropriate for the full commission to review this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, welcome, Mr. Hornbuckle. Oh, sorry, I should ask Mr. Hamilton, did you want to add any notes before the applicant begins his presentation?
Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners, I believe Commissioner Mahan covered what I was going to say. I would just add that if you would like to make an appealable action on this project today, just make sure you include the structure of merit findings and the project compatibility analysis criteria in your motion. That's all I've got.
Great, thank you. All right, so to the applicant team, if you could introduce yourselves, and then with our 15-minute timer here, you don't have to use all of the 15 minutes because we are an hour and a half late, but if you want to, you can use the 15 minutes, and yeah, go right ahead, introduce yourselves and give us your presentation.
Great, thank you. My name is Jeff Hornbuckle with the Cornell Collective, and Katie Klein is also on the line, the landscape architect. Just one question. I was assuming that Ms. Hernandez would be giving her little report on the memo that she wrote. Is that happening?
Oh, let's ask her, Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, hi. Yeah, I did just give you a brief summary why this was added to the potentials list. This was added quite some time ago. It was constructed originally in 1922 as a laundry, and then it was demolished, almost demolished in the earthquake and reconstructed. These were the drawings for the reconstruction. I'm not sure if that's that the curls and the mission parapet were ever completed in 1977. They did remove the stucco, and it had the gable roof that it has now. And I really evaluated just because they're going to change out the side windows along the parking lot elevation, but that's because they're very deteriorated, and they are going to replace those to match the original in configuration, and so that meets the Secretary of Interior standards, and the rear patio is here for like your findings to find that it's compatible. It's not visible to the public right away and won't impact the integrity of the building, but that was my analysis in a nutshell.
Great. Yeah, thank you. All right. So with that, why don't we go to the presenters?
Great. Thank you. I'll be quick, but I'll use just enough time to get you guys past the 5 o'clock threshold.
We'll get our beer or a pizza.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, 6 o'clock then. If you would mind zooming in on that historic photo there, the black and white photo. So this is, I think, from about 1970. So you can see it had the plaster on the front of the building, but the brick exposed on the side. And I just wanted to point out in this photo the flagpole that's existing there, because we are proposing a new flagpole to be mounted onto the building. So I just wanted to point that out as a point of reference. Okay, next slide, please. So I think everyone's pretty familiar with the building, but just running through the photos, starting in the upper left-hand corner, that is the view from State Street, looking to the front of the building. The next couple of photos are looking from the parking lot to the side of the building, and you can see there the windows that we were hoping to be able to keep, but they're just so beyond repair. We're not able to save them. And plus some have been replaced and aren't the original configuration. Also notice all the equipment and mechanical that's up on the roof, that all gets removed as part of this. Next series of photos below. That's just the view looking down State Street. There's a close-up of the State Street elevation in the middle there. and then a closer up view of one of those windows along the parking lot side. The next photos show the view of the parking lot, and then the back patio at the rear, which, as you can see, is just a total mess right now. So that is getting all cleaned up and simplified quite a bit. And then I think the last photos are just context photos looking out from the site. So that's the Ducati building on the left there, across Ray Road, obviously the train station, and then looking across State Street. We can come back to these obviously if we need to. Next slide, please. So just a quick site plan just for orientation. Obviously State Street to the right, parking lot above, and then the back patio and Ray Road to the left. You can see the windows along the parking lot. Those are the windows that we're replacing. The storefronts along State Street remain as is. And then you can see also the refrigeration units in the back patio there that are getting removed. Next slide, please. Which I think is just an aerial site plan just for reference. We can skip that slide. Next. So let's go to the plan on the bottom if we want to just zoom in on that. So this is the proposed floor plan. As I mentioned, the windows along the top of the building there are the ones that we will be replacing. The storefront, the 3 storefronts on the front, on the State Street side, will be remaining. And then at the rear of the building, there's that existing man door out to the patio. And then we are proposing a new roll-up overhead door from the little kind of kitchen break room out to the patio space. Next slide, please. Roof plan, just briefly, as I mentioned, we're removing all of that existing equipment that's there. The smokestack is remaining, which is there. And then if you want to zoom in on that bottom plan, that rectangle in the bottom there is where we are proposing the new mechanical equipment, which we'll see, I think, on the next slide, or actually, I think it's a couple slides later. Yeah. So exterior elevation. So really, the intent with this project is to clean this building up. It's kind of a mess right now with all of the equipment. There's surface-mounted conduit running all over this thing, and so really that is the goal here, is just to clean it up. Other than that, we're not doing a whole lot of work to the exterior of the building. If you want to zoom in on the top 2 elevations, please, the State Street elevations. So the existing elevation is on the left there and the proposed on the right. So, there's those benches that are in front of the 2 storefronts on each side. We're removing those. We're removing the corbels from the storefronts, cleaning up the brick, cleaning up the light fixtures, as I mentioned, removing all the exposed conduit. There's a couple of gas fixtures that are on the front of the building, which we'll be removing as well. And then we are proposing 2 new light fixtures up at that gable end there on the front of the building. And as I mentioned, you'll see the proposed flagpole that's mounted to the face of the building. And then if we move down to the parking lot elevation, as we mentioned, we'll be replacing I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 windows. And we're proposing an aluminum clad wood window, which would be similar in configuration to the original windows, which we've discussed with Mr. Hernandez. And again, removing all of that rooftop equipment and just cleaning that up. And then at the back of the patio, you can see we're removing all that equipment that's there existing now, and just running a fence around the perimeter, which Katie will get a bit more into as we get to the landscape plan. And then the rear elevations on the bottom of the page. So again, not much here, but you do see the new overhead roll-up door that we are proposing from that break room out to the patio. We'll be painting that back portion. So from where the brick stops, that will just get painted some version of white, as well as the smokestack will get repainted to match. Next slide, please. Here's the mechanical plan, so you can see the mechanical units. We've opted to go with 7 smaller units. We could use 2 larger units, but they're significantly taller. So the idea is to, place these behind the clear story, which will, block views of them, and they're approximately 55 feet back from the face of the building on State Street. Next slide, please. So there's a landscape plan, which I will turn over to Katie.
Great, thanks, Jeff. We can start at the north planter. If you want to zoom in on that section, this is the north elevation side adjacent to the parking lot. So what we're doing, thank you. What we're doing is just low maintenance, low water, low height plants. Can everyone hear me? Just want to make sure. Okay, good, because it's moving a little slow.
Yes.
Okay, great. Great. So the plant material is low water, low height, low maintenance, like agaves, aloes, chondropetalum, nothing that's going to block that beautiful brick building. And then the existing planter in the parking lot, there's an existing Canary Island palm, the Phoenix canariensis, that we're just leaving, and we're just filling in with some low water planting like Senecio or agaves.
And just to point out, I'm sorry, Katie, to interrupt, but that planter is on the city property. It's on the other side of the property line, obviously. So we've coordinated that with Public Works that, we can make that improvement.
Correct. We're really cleaning up the parking lot planter there. And if you want to go to the main patio, that's where most of the landscape improvements are. Great. So the client's goals here are really to maximize space. That's kind of the name of the game these days with design. So they want to use it as a flexible space for events or for employees to work out there. So in order to accomplish that, we're doing a 7-foot wrought iron fence that's going to go along the property line at the north and the west side. And that design is simple, just a top and bottom rail. There's an image, but we're still studying that specific detail. And then on the opposite side of the wrought iron is a hedge. So we're thinking the ligustrum hedge to really screen that property line as well. So it would wrap to the north and the west. And then to the south, we're going to do a 7-foot stucco block wall, and the color would match the architecture, some sort of white. And then a 7-foot wood gate, possibly redwood or reclaimed wood. And I have some images if you want to maybe zoom out to what that would look like. There, exactly. And then if you could go back to the plan quickly. Thank you. So the patio itself must be permeable pavers. And as we all know, there aren't too many options with that as far as colors and size. And previously HLC, we found that the permeable pavers without the gap was suitable for EPV. So that's what we're speccing here, is a 6x12 paver with a micro chamfer. And that's the only size that has that. And we think it's suitable for this design of the building as well, and also fits the architecture. And we selected a gray color because we thought that that would also go well with the brick. And then the planting in this area, we're trying to get some shade. So we're gonna do a large fruitless olive. And then the rest of the planting is low water, agaves, grasses, similar to what's in the planter to the north. And then if you wanna zoom out, you can see that we're gonna recommend some lighting, just some low level path lighting, likely a black color. And then there's an image of a bike rack right there. And that is from just across the way on the other side of State Street from Wayfair. So the idea is this, the client is more of like an aviation company. So we want to do something that's maybe blue or something that has to do with aviation that's specialized. So we're still working on a detail for that. And if you go back to the plan, I'll point out where exactly that bike rack is. It's just to the left of that gate. You can see that call out. Right there, exactly. And then lastly, I'll just reiterate what Jeff said. If you go back to the images, you can see that we're really cleaning up the space. From what's there is existing refrigerating units, so it's a huge improvement. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, so if that concludes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public can raise their hand digitally here by clicking on the yellow, or sorry, yellow, it's like green hand, green hand icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give verbal public comment on this project, now is your opportunity. Please click the hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once staff calls on you. While we wait for hands to be raised, Ms. Rydell, did we receive any written public correspondence for this item? Ms. Rydell, I think you're muted.
I think you're still muted.
Hello?
Still muted. You may need to.
Oh, there we
Yes,
go.
We can hear you now.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Nelson, to the chair and the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rydell. And there are no hands raised. So back to you, Mr. Chair, for questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you. All right, so questions from the commission.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drury.
Yes. On the description, the project description, I think it was under item 3, there was a phrase that said something about conjectural changes. And I don't know what those are.
All right.
There was an itemized list of 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was under 3. And I don't know if that meant architectural changes, but I've never heard of conjectural changes.
I'm not
To the
sure
applicant?
where language came from. Can we
Is it-
go
am
back
I-
to the description?
Where are you pointing to again, Commissioner Drury?
Well, it's under, there was an item of, I think a series of 4 items in the project description. And it said something about above 4, so I'm assuming below 3. It says something about conjectural changes.
Was it in
There were
the?
no, or,
So that's one of the Secretary of Interior standards. The Secretary of Interior standard and the memo I gave you went through each one of the standards to say if it meets it or not. And the
so
Secretary
what
of
are,
Interior standards, a conjectural feature would be like if you had this style building and all of a sudden you said, I really love Queen Anne windows, and you put Queen Anne windows in there. You'd be doing conjecture. Or something like saying,
I want to invent a tower. This would look so much better. This would look so much better with the tower.
oh
This
God,
would be
okay.
cute.
Throw a tower on there.
All
and
right,
the
thank you.
people down
Thank
the
you.
street have it. Yeah. And that's called
Okay.
conjecture.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is, I must have, I'm doing this on my phone, so things are really small. Where is the guest bathroom located? It looked like it was located in one of the front alcoves. Is that correct?
Are we talking about the interior space plan?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah, there's a bathroom in the front of the building.
Oh, I see, but the visitor okay, so not on the street.
No, no.
We're trying to
I was just
avoid
wondering,
bathrooms on
just
the
wondering how
street,
comfortable
okay?
that would be. All right, thank you. I have no further,
Comment?
you have to be careful of these areas, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Duray. Other commissioners, questions about this? I had a question and as a point of clarification
Chair?
as well. The wind. Oh yes. Who is that?
That was me,
Commissioner Uli?
Robert. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry,
Okay.
I did wave my hand, but you were
Oh,
looking at your paper.
okay, sorry, I
when
didn't-
spoke, and so I apologize.
Sorry.
For the applicant, how is the flagpole illuminated?
We would have a light located on the roof behind the parapet wall that would illuminate the flag, if it's an American flag.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Commissioner Lenvik?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you're just here for design approval, so some of my questions probably relate to what you'll show for final. Are you intending to change the paint color on the rear portion of the building that you are painting?
Correct.
It's currently white with a blue base, I believe. I don't have the drawing in front of me. Are
Correct.
you going to change that color, do you think?
Yes.
Good, okay. And you're good. And you're going to be replacing the roofing. I assume it's going to be a membrane roof as opposed to a tile roof or whatever.
Correct. Yeah, it's an existing. I believe it's a PVC roof that we're getting just a separate re-roof permit to replace that.
Yeah, but you're getting you're going to re-roof it in what color?
It's the white.
White.
Cool roof.
It's basically that's what's there now.
Well, I'm assuming there could be a better color in EPV than a white roof exposed. And I don't know that white is the only color for a cool roof that is formidable. Well, the question was, what color is it going to be? And he's telling me white, but he's also telling me he's getting it under a separate permit, and I wish that wasn't the case. That's the only
Any other
question I had.
questions,
Thank you.
Commissioner
Or
Lenvik?
questions.
Okay. Other commissioners, questions? I had a question regarding the windows. Are you planning on matching the profiles as well of the particular windows for the mullions and the sash and the surrounds and everything?
Yeah, I mean, to the maximum extent possible. I mean, those are,
Okay.
very old wood windows, so I don't know that we're going to be able to match them, exactly, but the intent is to, be as close to that as possible.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, while we're on the
Vice Chair
subject
House.
of windows, it appears that they're fixed glazing, they're not openable. Is that the case? Okay.
Correct. And they will remain as fixed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions? All right. So at this time, if the presenters can turn off their cameras, and we will go into comments. All right. Does anyone want to kick us off?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner or Vice Chair House.
the only comment I have is in regards to lighting the flag on the flagpole. I didn't notice that, so yeah, I see it now. My preference would be to not light a flag because it contributes to sky glow, and I don't want especially to see the proliferation of lit flags. So if it's not necessary, I would prefer that it not be lit.
Okay. Other comments? The comments I would have, one of them was on the back door, but back roll-up door. If we could flip to that elevation. The only comments I had on that was really just if they could do proportions, and I think it kind of shows the difference. So although obviously you won't see it at the same time between the Belvedere or the clear story windows being very vertical, and these ones being very horizontal. So I think the side ones as well are very vertical in terms of the light configuration. So if the geometry of it would at least conform with the geometry of the other windows. That was one comment I had. And then as well, the wrought iron on the gate or the surrounding wrought iron is a little simple. It maybe needs a little bit more detail. I get that the building is simple, but if we can actually, if we flip to that wrought iron real fast, and it might just be a placeholder, and this is more of a final, not a design approval thing, but a final approval thing. But that's a pretty overly simplistic wrought iron fence, at least. So give a little more detail to that and some character. But aside from that, I didn't have any other comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Mr.
man.
Yeah, this is kind of an unusual building. It's not a, I don't know how you would identify it. Certainly it's not a Spanish building, although it has arches, but in terms of being
Victorian Spanish makeover.
Yeah, something like that. And but I missed Commissioner Lendick questioned the white roof, and I also question that. I wonder what the original roofing was. It obviously was not a single ply. It was a probably a roll roofing of an aggregate, had an aggregate in it. It was probably brick colored. Could we find that out? I wonder. Does Ms. Hernandez, do you have any idea what that original roofing might be and what color it might have been?
I don't think they specified that on the drawings, but I can look. They were really.
This building was built back in the 20s, right?
Yes, it was built in 1925. So they did always have this terracotta coping. I just haven't been able to find what was beyond that.
It would have been I can't even, it's so long ago that they had this kind of roofing. I can't think of the name of it. It had aggregate. It had a fine aggregate to finish. And usually they came in what?
Like a rolled asphalt.
Yeah.
It's a mineral cap sheet.
Mineral, that's right. A mineral surface roof that they came in brick colored or green. But I think that we should ask the applicant if he couldn't research a different color than white. This is a very prominent building along State Street and also Montecito Street, and I'm concerned about the color of that roof being white.
And from the freeway.
Comment about the flag. If this is an American flag up there, and if it's up there all of the time, it must be lighted at night. If it can be raised and lowered, then it could be taken down at night, and you wouldn't need the light on it. But if it's an American flag, it must be lighted at night, according to protocol, flag protocol. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments, Commissioner Uli? Were you starting to say something?
Yeah, unfortunately, hopefully you can hear me. My internet is wants pizza. I'm wondering if we're going to get stuck a little bit between the requirements of the green code and cool roofs and what the appropriate in this district.
You're breaking up, Commissioner Uli.
Your audio is
Commissioner
terrible.
Uli, Mr. Chair. Yes, Commissioner Uli, I'd recommend turning off your webcam temporarily and just using audio. That should help with your audio.
That better? Is there? No.
Now it's better.
Now it's better.
Is that better?
A little.
Maybe
I can give it a shot.
Or maybe my comments aren't really important since you can't hear me.
No, we can hear you now.
All right. Let us have it.
I'll pick. Stuck between the requirements of Title 24 and and cool roofs and what are appropriate in a historic district. And so when the applicant is researching the roof, it would be nice to know if there are any code driving issues that are going to be in conflict.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Commissioner Lundick.
I believe that we are able to put mission tile roofs on, and they're construed as cool roofs by the code. And therefore, I'm sure we may be able to find a color other than white, maybe even a brick red that would meet the standards of a cool roof. I'm hoping. But again, as Mr. Uli says, because you are a historic structure, that should give you some leeway on colors possibly as well, or the cool roof requirement.
Right, historic building.
I agree with Bill Mahan.
Okay, any other comments to add to this? It's sounding like no one's raising issues that aren't issues that can't be, that wouldn't have to be answered in terms of color and materials that wouldn't have to be answered for final approval. I'm not hearing any concerns that would seem to keep this from getting design approval. Is there any other comments that anyone's worried about that would need to get changed for design approval?
Nope, I agree with you.
Okay. And I would just add a comment in terms of a lot of the things in the back, the paving and the bike rack and that. It seems like also because it's a very much a back space that's totally enclosed, that there's more leeway and freedom in terms of that color. I mean, it still works within EPV, but for it not being as stringent because it's a back or enclosed area. So I don't think in my mind that we don't need to get fussy about that as much as we would for the rest of the exterior. So that's just a side note on my part though. Is there anyone that wants to make a motion? And let me summarize the comments. And I guess, yeah. So the motion, considering that everyone seems to be okay with it, the motion would be for design approval, and we'll have to make the findings with the following notes, that the lighting of the flag, I guess where is, if it is American flag, that the flag be lit per flag protocol, and otherwise for it not to be lit because of dark sky, that the roof be, and the color of the roof be studied and to be a historic color if possible, if code possible using historic building code, and to be researched to see if there is any indication of what the roof actually was, and then if nothing turns up, then if it could be at least a historic color, and to be coming back on final, of course. The roll-up door in the back to have a glazing pattern similar in geometry to the other windows, more vertical, light division. And then for the detail profiles of the existing windows, the existing wood windows to be brought back for final, and with the closest match for of doors and windows, or a close match door and window profile for those mullions and frames, rails and stiles. Did I miss anything?
Mr. Chair,
Else? Vice Chair House.
I think we should get it in the motion that if it returned, well, regardless of whether it returns to consent or full board, there should be specifications on the lighting for the flagpole if that carries forward.
Yep. Okay. Good point. With specifications on that lighting. Yep. And then I guess that brings the second part of it. If you do want to make the motion, is would it be coming back on consent or the full board? And if you're feeling like enough of it, a direction has been given for it to just come back onto consent.
I'm comfortable with consent.
Okay. All right. Do you want to make a motion then?
No.
Put your motion where your mouth is. Put your motion where your comment is.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners, I just want to remind you, as you're making your motion, please include the project compatibility analysis criteria and the structure of merit findings in there, and make sure to provide specific reasons why the project does meet those criteria and those findings.
I think that's why Commissioner Uli doesn't want to make the motion.
Yeah, he's smart enough to know he didn't want to get into that. Oh, and I would start with the comment of we very much appreciate the applicant's sensitivity to the historic resource and the very much improvement that they're doing, removing all of the eyesores of the mechanical equipment, et cetera, and also restoring the windows or rehabilitating the windows, which are in much need of repair. So.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
All right, Vice Chair House.
And the motion will be for project design approval to return on consent for final approval. And the project compatibility criteria are.
Oh, sorry. And with including those comments that I made?
Including your comments. And it is compliant with the city charter and municipal code and design guidelines. Since there's minimal change to the existing building, it's compatible with the architectural character of the city and neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale haven't changed, so that's not applicable. Slide 2. I believe the building next to it is an adjacent landmark, or at least historic resource. But once again, the building has minimally altered, so that's not applicable. It does not affect public views of the ocean and mountains. And there is not really any appreciable change to use of open space and landscaping. I should say that there's new landscaping added, which is a benefit to the community. Structure of merit findings. The exterior alterations are being made for the purpose of restoring the structure of merit to its original appearance, which would include replacement of windows to be a very close match to the original windows. Next slide. I guess that's it, huh? Oh, this is slide 2 of 2.
You did it.
Okay. I guess I got it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That wasn't that hard. Your turn next time.
Yep, there you go.
A second.
That's why you're the. That's why you're the vice.
Commissioner Drury. Commissioner Drury, I think I heard you second it before anyone else. Okay, so there's a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call and vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We will start with Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Linder,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayhem, Commissioner Mayhem, I believe you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Manuel is absent. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yeah.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, this action is appealable to City Council within 10 calendar days. All right, so we are on to item 6. We are only an hour and whatever, 40 minutes behind. And I know Commissioner Drury, you have to leave in 15 minutes. So we'll see if we can get through this item in that time, or if not, then I'll bid you adieu. All right, so it's 206 East Victoria Avenue, project design approval and final approval. So the Victorian style buildings constructed in 1888 are designated structures of merit. Proposed improvements, including the replacement of the unpermitted stucco siding with wood siding, replacement of vinyl sliders, and with double hung wood windows to match original windows, and the change of use from office occupancy to residential use. Project includes a revised parking configuration to provide a total of 6 vehicle parking spaces and 4 bicycle parking spaces to serve the neighborhood market, and retention of the 2 uncovered parking spaces and serve the residential unit. Additional site improvements involve constructing a new trash enclosure, permitting existing air conditioning units, and new site landscaping. Project will address violations. Oh, yes, good evening.
Go ahead, sorry.
Project includes a request for a landscape waiver for the Presidio parking lot and a waiver to allow one of the existing air conditioning units to be located within 5 feet of the front lot line. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility criteria, staff hearing officer resolution number 001-20, and structure of merit findings. Project includes a request for a landscape waiver for the Presidio parking lot and a waiver to allow one of the existing air conditioning units to be located within 5 feet of the lot lines. So the project was last reviewed July 8th, 2020. And do we have the meeting minutes for that? Okay, we'll go through those in a minute. But first, I just want to say welcome, and we'll all go through those notes, and then we'll turn it over to you for presentation. And if you could be also specific in answering how you answered all these comments, that would be much appreciated. So, so we have the motion was to continue indefinitely to consent with the following comments. Submit a landscape and irrigation plan, which includes some vertical elements at the existing building and planting at the base of the trash enclosure wall facing Santa Barbara Street. Show enclosure and concealment details of the mechanical equipment, preferably plaster facade enclosure to match the adjoining building. 3, show and describe bike racks clearly, and if they sit on a paved area, show and describe as well, along with its relationship to landscaping. 4, show how the livability of the large trees at the end of the parking area will be protected and enhanced, which may require some permeable paving. 5, the commission is enthusiastic and supportive of the restoration work on the historic residence. 6, provide color and material information on the proposed windows and the trash enclosure walls and gates and the bike racks. 7, show the dimensions that meet ADA parking requirements. 8, show the full extension of the accessibility route to the right-of-way. 9, show the existing adjoining property landscaping on the south property line abutting the parking. 10, research if the wall of packed lighting was installed with permits, and if not, specify lighting that complies with lighting design guidelines. The motion was by Lendick, second by House, 8-0-0, the motion carried. All right, and was, let's see, was there any, no one was missing. So for those commissioners that that were not on the board at the time, if you have not reviewed the tape, you can ask questions and your camera can be on the whole time, but you can't make comments or emotion. So, and please just state whether you were or not when we go into it, and that way we know. Okay, please welcome. Please introduce yourself, and you'll have 15 minutes. You don't have to use all of it, but you can use up to 15 minutes for your presentation. So
And
go
Mr.
right
Chair,
ahead.
to the commission.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to quickly clarify
give us
something on the agenda.
Yep.
Yeah, so the landscape waiver is requested because the applicant, the plans do not meet the minimum landscape buffer of 5 feet along the interior lot line for the length of the parking area. So I just wanted to clarify what that was about. And then you read the findings in the footer, just make sure those are applied when you make the motion. All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brooke Van Dyne with Sherry and Associates. Our landscape architect, Kate Dole, will be joining us this evening. I'm getting messages from her asking if she can be unmuted. She's trying to join so that she can discuss the landscaping comments that were addressed in the minutes from last time. While we're waiting for her to log on, I can go ahead and get started. I'm just going to go down the list of your previous comments from the previous minutes to explain how we have made those changes in our plans. The first one was to submit a landscape and interrogation plan, which Kate Dole will go over with you momentarily. The second was to show an enclosure and concealment of the details of the mechanical equipment, which is also on the landscape plan, but I can go ahead and refer you to sheet L1, which is the 12th page of that. Oh, there she is. I see her now. I'm going to let her, talk about the landscape pages. So I'm gonna let Kate talk real quick.
Hi, everybody. We're adding some much needed landscaping to this parking area. And I'm proposing adding 4 trees, canopy trees, one sort of larger or medium-sized canopy tree in the larger planter. And I had 2 choices on this plan, and I now, after having tried to find an African tulip tree in a 24-inch box, I'm going to go with the shoestring acacia instead. And then the other 3 are the firewheel tree, Stenocarpus, which are a small evergreen canopy tree. And then we have those air conditioning units, which I'm proposing doing a lattice screen around each one, and that detail is on sheet L1, but we can go to that after, or you can go now if you want. And then I'm proposing, there's that lattice detail there in the bottom, and it'll be painted white. There's a white picket fence in the residential building next door that's owned by the same people. And then if you want to go back to the planting plan, and then I'm proposing some Pittosporum silver sheen as a foundation planting against the building, and then some Lomandra, sort of a grassy plant, so it's a blue foliage to it there. And then the ground cover would be a blue carex ground cover. And over by the trash enclosure, I also have, that's where one of those pinwheel trees are. And then I have some blue agaves and a ficus vine on the wall of the enclosure, and then the carex ground cover in front of that. So that's my landscape presentation.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, I'm going to continue with the items from the previous minutes, you had asked us to describe the bike racks. And if you refer to the material sheets that were provided, we are showing a bike rack detail on page 2 of 5. This is a round rack, and we are going to have that painted the flat black. Alternatively, we can do the Malaga green as an alternative, but we're proposing the black. And this bike rack detail is also shown on the site plan, which is page 2 of 12 of the plans. And it is at the edge of the public right-of-way, right off the sidewalk next to the public market, or next to the market. And then you had also asked us to provide a color information and materials information for the windows. If you refer to page 1 of 5 of the material sheets, you will see where we are proposing, this was on the plan set, but I know it was kind of small, so I enlarged it and put it on the material sheet for you for better visibility. We are proposing to replace the existing stucco finish with the new wood siding to match existing, and that is only on a small portion of the house. And then we're replacing the existing slider window with a wood double hung sliding / window with the decorative horns to match existing. And that is a restroom, so it will be frosted for privacy. And then there's a second window that is being replaced. It's also a double hung sliding / window with the decorative horns to match. And the contractor is going to field verify the paint colors of both the siding and the windows for those. And Kate had already mentioned to you the lattice detail that is to enclose the mechanical equipment along the side of the market. And if you refer to page 4 of 5 of the material sheets, you'll see where we are proposing a new exterior light fixture for the market. In our last hearing, it was mentioned that we should look into whether the existing lights on the side of the market had been installed with permits, and I could not find any reference to that. So we are going to be removing those exterior lights, and the existing conduit that is also installed on the exterior of the wall is to be removed, and we are proposing this new Spanish style gas lamp, which will give the facade a much better look than those large fluorescent box lights. And then on page 5 of 5 of the material sheets, you'll just see an enlarged version of the mechanical equipment enclosure that we're proposing that Kate had mentioned earlier. And this will be painted white. It will match the fence on the residential side of the property, and it will also complement the white stucco of the market. Another item that had been mentioned was the landscaping on the south property line between the parking lot and the adjacent attorney's office. That hedge is now shown along that property line, and that is an existing 8-foot hedge along the property line, and that is to remain. And on sheet 2 of 12 of the plans attachment, you will see that the site plan has been updated with the dimensions of the accessible parking in the lower left-hand corner. And the right has also been clarified. And I believe that wraps it up.
All right. All All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, we will go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow, follow the instructions, and raise your hand virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and you would like to comment on this item, please click the raise your hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak once staff calls on you. While we're waiting for hands raised, just check with Ms. Rydell if we received any written correspondence for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair and the rest of the commission, we did not receive any written correspondence on this item. So we'll go back to you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, there are no hands raised currently, so we can move on to questions from the committee.
Okay, great. All right. So to the commission for questions. Any
Mr.
questions about this? Vice Chair House.
Could you show me either on plan or elevation view where those new light fixtures go?
There is a good picture on, if you refer to page 3 of 5 of the material sheets, you can see a photograph of that side of the building, and you can see where those fluorescent lights are mounted along the top. You can also see the exposed conduit. Those are going to be removed, and then the gas lamps will be in the approximate same locations.
So they will end up that high on the wall?
No, I'm sorry. Those are to be installed no less than 6 foot 8 inches above grade, but they won't be that high.
Okay, and there will be the same quantity, 3 of them?
Yes, that is correct.
And they're only on that one elevation?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Commissioner Manuel.
One of the items was to show the livability of the large tree in the parking area. And I'm not sure if I just didn't catch it, but I didn't see it on the plans. Could you go over that?
I know that Kate had added a note. If you kind of zoom in, there's a note at on the page of the attachment that you're on right now. It's next to the car, kind of in that backyard area.
Yeah, we moved the fencing around it to give it a lot more space. So it's more protected. We're removing some asphalt on the inside part of the fence.
And then if you just move it over to the right just a little bit, you can see her full note about removing the asphalt and realigning the picket fence. And that is going to help promote the livability of that existing avocado tree.
Okay. Okay. And then the enclosure for I think the AC units, I saw a comment about suggesting something more substantial than the lattice, like a stucco or something. Is there any reasoning for lattice versus what was suggested?
Well, there's 2 reasons. One is there's not really enough room to do it in every application, and also the expense.
Okay.
Could you elaborate on did you say there's not enough room to do it in every application?
Yeah, if you look, see where it's, if you look at that, the single AC unit there on the, I guess it's the eastern part of the planter there, yes. There's a very narrow area around that unit. And they also do need to be accessible. And it seems to us with the landscaping that we're going to be hiding most of those anyway, and to go to an extra expense, it didn't seem like it was justified.
Mr. Chair, I think also ventilation of the units is important. So a second wall would impair that.
Okay. Okay, great. Any questions, Commissioner Lundvik?
Yes, in the area where you're removing asphalt, look on your, I guess your landscape plan, your site plan. you don't define very well where the area of asphalt removal is, and that would help if it was more clearly defined. Also, you don't, I don't recall, is that whole area behind the house lawn now?
Actually, it's all asphalt and we're turning it all into landscaping, but it's not a part of my current scope of work.
I see. So somehow that boundary of the asphalt removed and the replacement of something there, lawn, should be on the plan. I mean, I don't, and this, it may not be your scope of work, but they have, maybe have to find another landscape architect to do that lawn.
Well, I don't think it's going to be lawn. I'm not sure what it's going to be. It's part of the residential part of the project or the property. I'm happy to take a look at that and come back to you with it.
All right, well, we'll think about that.
One more question. The planter along the building, how wide is that the trees are in?
Is it, I believe it's 3 feet, is it? Brooke?
I'm sorry, which planter is it that you're talking about?
Yes. Is that 3 feet? The narrow planter along the building, I believe it's 3 feet, and those Stenocarpus can take a very small planter area. That's one of the reasons I chose them.
Let me double check on that for you.
3 feet.
9.
3.9.
Curb.
Great.
Yes, it's 3 foot 9 inches from building to curb.
Okay.
Mr.
Mayor? Vice Chair House.
Back to my lighting question. Is there anything on the elevations or plan that tells the electrician what height to install those lights and exactly where? Audio's
You're breaking up. You might, if it keeps going, you might want to try to shut off your video, and that sometimes helps.
Okay, is my audio coming through a little bit better now?
Much better.
Yep.
Oh, great. Other than the note that we have that it's to be installed no less than 6'8" above grade, that's all that has been noted on the plans for now. We haven't prepared a complete electric plan until we get approval and prepare that electric plan.
Well, can you show me where it says that on the plans?
Let's see. If you refer to reference number 25, so if you go to sheet 2 of 12 and reference note 25, and the top right-hand corner says existing as-built exterior light fixtures and exposed conduit to be removed and replaced with Spanish-style gas lamp. Exterior light fixtures to be installed no less than 6'8" above finished grade.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, other questions? Okay, with that, then we'll go into comments. If presenters could turn off their cameras, and if we call on you, if we have need another question or clarification, we'll ask you to turn it back on. All right, so commissioners who want to, make comments with this specifically in mind, this is coming for us for design approval, and was it design and final, or was it just design? I can't recall
project
now.
Design approval and it's project design approval and final approval, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so great, thank you. Okay, so if you feel it meets both, but if not, if there's other things that you want addressed, please be specific about it, and so we can have it for noting for next time. All right, Commissioner Manuel.
Yeah, I've got a few comments. I think the plants are great. I think that is going to look really nice. one concern that I have is along the building, because you're turning, well, before I make a comment, I did review I wasn't at the last meeting, but I did review the tape.
Okay, great, thank you.
So my comment would be along the building, I just hope you don't run into a footing as you're planting those trees in there. I guess there's no way to know because it's all asphalt right now. So I don't know what that comment is worth. But for the light and the hedge and the enclosure, I think it'd be worthwhile to put a maintenance note saying that the hedge should be maintained above the enclosure but below the light. I know that pittosporum can exceed that, so I think that would be worthwhile, especially up at the end of the building up near Santa Barbara Street. That seems to be a pretty prominent light with the bikes there. And then also showing the extent of the paving removal, as was already mentioned, at the existing tree would be pretty important.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
At the new double hung window that's replacing a slider, and it's noted that it's to be frosted glass. It strikes me that frosted glass doesn't really have a historic look to it, and that there are many other kinds of obscure glass available that might look more appropriate, some kind of pebbly texture or something.
Seated or something. Okay. Okay, any other comment?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Lenwick.
I'm not sure if we overlooked it or if it was exempted in some way, shape, or form, but the open space area on the south side of the residence appears to be asphalt now and will remain asphalt according to this plan. And I think that's unfortunate. It's described as open space for residential use, and asphalt isn't very comfortable. So I would think that we should ask for some landscaping and appropriate walkways or whatever to the stairs in that area. They are. I'll finish. They're asking for a waiver.
What area? Just to be clear.
Well,
what
on the south side of the residence, that whole
So with the
asphalt
highlighted-
area there. Yeah.
Highlighted orange area. Okay.
Yeah. Nothing there. They are asking for a waiver on a planter width, and we can grant that if there is a compensating landscaping elsewhere. And I think this is where it needs to be done.
Can we ask the applicant if that is in fact asphalt there?
I
Yeah, let's
did.
do
It just
that.
said it was.
That portion, maybe let's make sure we're clear about it though. So if the applicant could come back on, and let's clarify that.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So the portion of that back residential yard that you're discussing, that open yard, and I'm looking for it now. We are the second architect on this project, and I believe under a separate permit and under a previous HLC submittal, there had been a modification to that backyard open area. It is not part of our scope of work to change it. It was an existing open yard to remain as is. It wasn't part of our scope of work, and that is also why it wasn't on the scope of work for Kate Dole.
But is it asphalt?
Part of it is. Part of it is. Part of it's planting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this to be clear, this isn't this plan isn't showing all that shaded portion of the where it says open yard, the peach or gray or whatever it is color wise. That doesn't mean that's not the extent of the asphalt. That's just the extent of the open yard or whatever else or something else, some other graphic.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's just the existing open yard to remain as is. No proposed changes.
Okay, any other additional comments?
This is all one parcel of land. Mr. Chair, this is all one parcel of land. As I mentioned before, they're asking for a waiver of landscaping elsewhere. So we should be able to see some improvement.
Okay. So if additional comments, other commissioners, in terms of what, and if you could weigh in on your thoughts on that as well, for this, for the other additional landscaping components that Commissioner Lenbick is proposing or mentioning. Commissioner Edmonds.
I'm not 100% clear on this. Is the drawing in front of us? Again, it's too small for me to read. Is this covering this open space? Because I have a similar concern with Commissioner Lundbeck. I think that we need to have, if they're asking for final approval today, they need to bring the entire project.
The
So I
shaded
think the
area
way-
you're seeing there is just to indicate the open yard. That's not indicating the area of asphalt.
Are there any site photos that you have on file that show that area? Because there is a lot of plant material back there and there's only space for one car to pull in.
Since that backyard, private, open yard area for the residents wasn't part of our scope of work, unfortunately, I don't have any photographs or documentation that I can show them right now.
Mr. Chair,
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Uli.
it seems that we don't want to get into a back and forth about this with the applicant. If there was prior approval of a portion of the project, then I think the drawing should be noted with what that prior approval was, the date of it, and whether it got final approval or not, so that we understand what the total scope of the property is, to Commissioner Limbick's question. But we also should keep ourselves to what's in front of us and not expand it to things that aren't. So that's my comment about that. I'm generally supportive of the project. I understand, how constrained the site is. I'm comfortable with certain elements being in the setback because of that constraint. I share Commissioner Manuel's issue about planting. If there's any underground infrastructure that's going to impact these plants, then obviously that's not going to work. I question the geometry of the disabled parking spot, though. I believe the code requires that if you have one disabled parking spot, it has to be van accessible, and that space dimension does not provide that, so that needs to be reviewed. I think there's going to be a geometry problem there, though. I'm happy that the residential part of the building is being tuned up a little bit, and so I can support that. Generally, I'm in favor of the project, but I'm not quite convinced that they're ready for final approval, though.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
All right, Vice Chair House.
I'd like to understand the modification request. I'm not quickly finding it in the project description and the agenda. Is it for 1,190 square feet instead of 1,250, and also for less than the minimum required dimensions? Is that what the mod is for?
Mr. Hamilton.
Or applicant?
Well, I think it would be best to come from staff in terms of that language.
Mr.
Or
Chair,
Hamilton.
the Commissioner, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm looking into it though. I'll get back with you shortly.
Okay, sounds good. So, additional thoughts on the proposal? If no one else wants to go, I'll throw in my 2 cents. I agree with Commissioner Uli on both not having quite enough to give it final, but also on we asked them specifically to go into the other backyard just to make sure, or just to make sure the livability of the tree, which was part of the project area. I understand Commissioner Lenvick's point that they're asking for a landscape waiver, but I think it's also in terms of sort of reasonably without pushing. I mean, we could ask them to move that whole fence and get into the other open yard, and we could ask for more in terms of that. But I think in terms of what we had been asking for, this seems to satisfy it as long as they delineate how that tree is going to get to stay alive or to be able to breathe. And so as long as they satisfy that requirement, I would feel that we'd be again doing a very late hit, which is not necessary if they are trying to get the best landscape possible with the areas they're touching, that they're working on right now. So those are my own comments. It seems like there's still issues of the light being defined as where the lights are in the parking lot, as well as wanting some control of the height of the pittosporum so that it's above the bikes but below the light, or in other plantings. That the glass on it is the glass in the replacement window was either more historic or seeded as opposed to obscured. And then the asphalt area was also, or the area of where the tree asphalt is being removed was not delineated. And then that the van accessible or the accessibility parking seems to still need work, or confirmation that they do not need a van accessible parking and those requirements, and just need a regular handicap accessible parking spot. Those were that's a quick summary of our comments that seem to be still outstanding that were not met. There's still the issue that Commissioner Lenvick raised of whether we want to ask for the backyard space of the other area being changed at all. So that seems like an area of discussion, or whether there's a motion that just doesn't include that or does include that, and then see if that flies. So, Mr. Hamilton, did you have any more information on with us or for us regarding the waiver there?
Mr. Chair, and to the commissioners, I do have the staff hearing officer resolution up in front of me, and the modification was granted for an open yard mod to allow a reduction in the required open yard in order to not meet the 15% net lot area and the required maximum of 10 by 10 dimensions. And also regarding the landscape waiver, we do have language for that in the PowerPoint if you want to refer to that as well.
Vice Chair House, would you like to see that?
No, I'm not too concerned about the landscape waiver. My feeling on the open yard area and the modification and quid pro quo is that they've already been granted the mod, apparently. And there's nothing that requires that open yard area not be asphalt. So, I don't see the point of broadening this and requiring that at this late date.
Okay. Any additional thoughts? We do need to keep moving on here. So any additional thoughts? And otherwise, if someone wants to make a motion.
Mr. Uli wants to.
All right,
Turn
all
around,
right,
fair
Mr.
play.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll take a stab at it. Move for project design approval. And that the project is generally, Mr. Bolton, if you want to put up those compatibility issues I've got to get through, that would be nice. So I think
want you to do the
generally the
design.
project satisfies the design review. And I'm waiting for the
Sure.
others.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
I'll second that motion, including your
Wait, he hasn't
comments.
made it yet.
He's seconded already.
So
Yeah,
he was waiting for the language so he can make the full compatibility criteria analysis. But now he can he's
Because
carte
unfor-
blanche. Whatever he says is going to get seconded. So
Because
and Commissioner
unfortunately,
Durden-
I have not committed them to memory.
Who has?
Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you are moving toward granting project design approval, then this project does require the project compatibility criteria analysis, structure of merit findings, alternative landscape design waiver, and the mechanical equipment exception. So we will have those items up on screen for you to reference.
Okay, so want to start with the landscape then? Okay.
And
I think they're wanting you to start with the alternative landscape design waiver first, Commissioner Uli.
Don't fight it.
all right, thank you. No, I won't fight it. I just getting my bearings. Thank you.
Yeah.
The project demonstrates satisfactory applicability of design review. Variations and requirements of this section are warranted in order to provide relief for existing site constraints. The site is constrained. Achieve a superior aesthetic and environmental design. We might differ with that a little bit, I think, but alternative landscape design may be approved. Next,
That's it. Mechanical
Okay,
equipment.
mechanical equipment.
well, I don't see it. So the mechanical equipment in the setback, there you go. Thank you. Demonstrates satisfactory appropriate design. Because the site is constrained, mechanical equipment or other features in the setback are approved. There's a long delay, so I don't have the rest of these things.
Yeah, it'll be up in a second. Project compatibility criteria, slide 1.
While you are waiting, you could add to your motion that it's an indefinite continuance to consent if that's your desire for final.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Final on consent.
And Commissioner Uli, the project compatibility criteria slide is up. Are you able to see it currently?
No, I see screening standard.
Huh. That's odd.
There might be a bit of a delay. You may want to turn off your webcam briefly, just in hopes that that'll improve your internet
they are?
connection.
So project compatibility criteria is compliant with city charter and municipal code, consistent with design guidelines. The project complies with city charter and municipal code. Compatibility with architectural character and neighborhood. It is an existing building. The building is not changing in its size, scale, or height, and is compatible with the neighborhood. I know there's more.
Can you see him
Yeah,
yet?
it's coming.
This is the longest motion of the whole meeting.
Yeah.
Might be setting a record in HLC, longest motion record.
Well, if the rest of the building weren't using my internet, I'd be faster.
No.
It's generally sensitive to adjacent landmarks and historic resources. It doesn't have any impact to nearby historic resources, including the National Historic Landmark that's just down the street. It doesn't impact ocean or mountain views, and open space and landscaping are improved, although we'll see what they do when they come back on consent.
Right. And now structure of merit findings.
Is it a structure of merit? Which one is the structure of merit? The house?
The
I
house.
don't think either of them are. The house. That's surprising. The improvement to the building, replacing of windows, and removing some of the elements that are compromising that building actually make it better. So the exterior alterations are being made for the purpose of restoring the structure of merit to its close to original appearance, and is substantially aids its preservation and enhancement as a historic resource.
Bravo.
This is why I don't.
All right. Woohoo.
This is why I don't make those motions.
All right.
Mr.
Now,
Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
I'll second that motion if we add your comments that you made, all of the items that you called out. Be
Yeah.
added to the
Thank you for the motion. Commissioner Hurley, are you okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. All right, under discussion. Any discussion? All right, roll call, let's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I take the roll call vote, would you mind going over those comments for the motion and stating them specifically how you would like them to be stated in the minutes?
No, don't worry, the secretary got it all. I rolled into it without a setup, so I'm sorry about that. I should have brought up the fact that I was making those comments first. Sorry, and then I threw you under the bus afterwards. All right, so the list was that well, for one, the plant palette that they have proposed is great. It's well received, well done. The hedge, sorry, the plantings, the tree, was it Pittosporum? Oh no, now I'm going to get it wrong. The tree that was being proposed, was it the Pittosporum? It had to be above the bike, but below the light?
The Pittosporum shrubs.
Okay. We'll just say the plantings maybe, so that it doesn't block the light and it's and the bike's accessible or lit. Let's see, the extent of the paving. Oh, the extent of the paving removed on the residential side for the tree, for the survival of the existing tree, to be shown on the plans and to be adequate. The glass on the window being replaced on the residence to be replaced with seated or historic glass as opposed to translucent. The van accessibility to be shown, or the accessibility requirements to be shown or to be met, shown to be met, including that there is not a van accessible requirement as they're currently showing, or how it will work out if it does need to be van accessible. The lighting to be, the height of the light to be defined, the height of the light location, and I think that was it, right? Unless I missed one of them. I think that was it. So those are the comments. Any other comments to make sure that I got them in there? All right, so that was it. There's the list. So with those comments, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair,
Cooley.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
Commissioner Mann.
I think that the applicant showed us in the drawings that the height of the lights was designated on the drawings, 6'8" to the bottom.
No, it was designated on the drawings as greater than 6'8", but it wasn't delineated.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And Vice Chair House, you know how grumpy he is about lights, so.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so with those comments, Commissioner Uli, are you good with those?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And the seconder, Commissioner Mahan, you're good with those?
Yes.
Okay, and so we have a motion, a second, under discussion. Any last discussion? All right, let's go to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll begin the roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Dorden.
I was not on the HLC when this was last here, and I have not reviewed the tape. Nonetheless, I will vote yes.
Would you like to vote yes, or would you like to abstain?
Oh, you have to abstain.
Abstain.
All right, Commissioner Drury, absent, I believe. Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
I wasn't there last time, but I did review the tape, so yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grunbein.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So this is appealable. I believe we just did an appealable action. So this is, there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council if you would like to appeal this action. All right, on to.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So do we need a 5-minute break, or is everyone good to go? The last
good to
project.
go.
All right.
I think we can go.
All right, let's do it. Okay, on to item 7. This is the West Side Paseo project. Commissioner Manuel.
Yes, sorry, I need to recuse myself for conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my
Right.
pizza.
Yeah, nice. Thanks for rubbing it in. All right, so West Side Paseos project. This is for project design approval and final approval. This is the West Side Community Paseos will establish a safe and efficient connections within and from the west side to downtown and the east side, with a focus on low vehicular volume streets. All those. The improvements will also provide a safe route to 4 local schools, encouraging students to bike or walk. Exterior improvements within El Pueblo Viejo district include traffic signals, traffic diverter medians, access ramps, landscaping, brick pavers, relocated street lights, high visibility bike lanes at the Sola and Santa Barbara Street intersection, and improved crossing with 2 curb extensions, brick pavers, landscaping, relocated street lights, all-way stop signs, and green backed bike roadway stencils at the intersection of Sola and Garden Streets. All roadway improvements follow follow city, state, and or federal standards. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project requires consistency with the project compatibility analysis criteria and the EPV guidelines. The project was last reviewed January 20th, 2021. And we can review those comments. So we had, and then we'll go to the applicant. So we had continued indefinitely with the following comments. The proposal has a profound adverse impact on the streetscapes of Santa Barbara and does not rise to the aesthetic level of Santa Barbara. 2, provide views and additional context for the commission to evaluate the brick pavers. 3, the plantings as submitted are not appropriate for the visual blocking of the road from views of the mountains and down the street. 4, in general, the plantings need to be redesigned as the lack of the other planting is not acceptable. The 5, the mulch is not appropriate for the current location, nor is it a desirable material. 6, minimize the visual impact of the medians. 7, the use of the word paseo is inappropriate for this project. 8, the aesthetic impact of the project blocks the view corridor created by the historic grid. The motion was by Uli, second by House, 800. Manuel was absent, and the motion carried. All right, so with that, if you will, oh, and then there was a reconsider the previous motion that died at 4, because as a tie of 4-4. All right, so with that, please introduce yourself. And we have our 15-minute timer here. So you could go through that and also go through our comments on how you responded to each of them, if you would. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Grumbine, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Jessica Grant, Supervising Transportation Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. Yes, thank you for the discussion a couple weeks ago, back to focus mainly on the brick pavers and landscaping. I do have with me too Derek Bailey, the city traffic engineer as well, for any questions you may have. As discussed in the project description, this project is a very important active transportation project connecting not only important connections within the west side, but from the west side to downtown. Timmy, if you go to the next page. So the area—
Oh, we have to refer to him as Mr. Bolton, by the way.
Mr. Bolton, sorry, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. The area in yellow just references El Pueblo Viejo. And of course, we're focusing on the intersections of Sola and Santa Barbara and Sola and Garden Street. Next page. Okay, so this is the intersection of Sola and Santa Barbara. With respect to the brick pavers, there was 2 comments, again, to provide the color and then show the potential patterns. So the area in red is the area that would have a brick paver. The colors in the surrounding area are the sort of the buff color or solid red color. We're proposing a permeable paver to comply with stormwater requirements. There are 3 different types of patterns that we would like your feedback on. There's the basket weave pattern, the running bond pattern, and the herringbone pattern. Next slide, and I'll revisit the landscaping in a minute. And then so at Sola and Garden, again, in the red area, that would be a brick paver, again, with the choices of those different patterns. Next slide. So you asked for us to just take some photos immediately surrounding of other pavers that are near these intersections. So at the Alice King Park Memorial Garden is the buff pattern or buff color paver with the herringbone pattern. And over near the Sola and Garden intersection, there's also non-permeable pavers used in the sunset red running bond pattern, and then the sunset red basket weave pattern. We are, from our standpoint, just requesting again feedback for what your preferred color and pattern is, and then we could propose that. As you see that there's all different patterns surrounding the area for a reference. So going back to Mr. Bolton, if you go back to the sheet 3. And again, at the last couple weeks ago, we were discussing the landscaping, the proposed, we did have proposed city street trees, and then in that like diagonal hashes are the proposed like landscape area for mulch. And I'll show you a couple examples in just a minute, but that's the area under review. And go to the next page, Mr. Bolton. And again, for the city street tree would be the evergreen pear. And again, yeah, that diagonal area is potential landscaping, as well as right adjacent to Alameda Park is the other landscaping area. So what we did look at for our team is there any other good examples of landscaping downtown on fairly recent projects that have also weathered the 8-year drought, that still look, that are still surviving? And if you go to the next page, Mr. Bolton, and next one after that. So the example that we thought was a good example is from the West Downtown Pedestrian Improvements Project from 2011. These are photos that I've taken from those curb extensions. And this is at the corner of Ortega and Bass Street. The project did involve for West Downtown, it was improvements along the Ortega corridor in the West Downtown area and on Anapamu. And next slide, Mr. Bolton. And this was the palette that was used. Again, in the parkway plantings is the area. And they also do have jacaranda trees, which was the street tree over on Ortega. And these were photos that I took about a week ago, right before it rained. So we're seeing these plants in the winter condition. But the seed lavender you can see is coming through nicely still. Next page. This is also from the same project and palette. This is at the intersection of Ortega and De La Vina. Some corners, the nicest corner is adjacent to the veterinary clinic. But again, these were the same palette areas. And then next slide. Another potential palette, I did look at well, it's just for the Chapala Street guidelines, but just as a reference, this is the palette that was used for intersections. There's some overlap between this and some of the plantings that were used in the West Downtown project. So with just like HLC's feedback, if this is a palette of interest for these two intersections, and if it is, then we can update our plantings accordingly. And just would like your feedback on that today.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, please follow the instructions. Raise your hand, clicking on the green icon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and you would like to comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon on the GoToWebinar control panel. While we wait for hands to raise, I'll just confirm with Ms. Rydell whether we received any written public correspondence on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and to the chair of the rest of the commission. We did not receive any written correspondence on this item, so I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I do see 3 hands raised, so I'll just go down the list. And once I call on you, you'll have to click your microphone button to unmute yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak. We'll have a timer on screen. All right, so Barry Remis, I'm going to unmute you. And it looks like your mic is live, so.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. My name is Barry Remis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Sustainable Transportation, otherwise known as COAST, along with our partners at the Santa Barbara Bicycle Coalition, SB Bike. And we certainly appreciate your feedback and your attention to the really critical, not urgent, but critical importance of this project here. We do want to remind you that the primary purpose of this project is to allow improved access for both pedestrians and cyclists of all ages, primarily families and younger children, getting safer routes to school, to and from schools in the area, both on the west side and also the sister project of this on the east side as well. The key is connecting and improved access, but also improved safety for all road users. Take into account the Vision Zero policy and strategy that the city adopted. This is a prime example of our traffic engineers and our transportation team really applying the Vision Zero facets to improve safety for all road users. And it's not just bikes and pedestrians. Along this corridor and these two intersections, safety is improved also for motorists as well. And while we will admit that some of the applications of the green bike lanes can be striking, the whole purpose is that this enables a safer travel for bicyclists, because motorists then identify a safe place for bicyclists to travel on the roadway. So at these two intersections that you're being asked to examine, and that staff has presented to you, that the similarity of the pavers do match and are compatible with other related streetscaping and landscaping in the area, we do strongly encourage you to grant your final project approval so that this project can move forward to grant better access and safety for everyone in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. And next on the list is Richard Clausen. Richard Clausen, I'm going to unmute you, and you'll have 2 minutes to.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioners. To Mr. Bailey, my name may be slightly familiar to you. A couple of years ago, I spoke at City Council in high praise for your restriping design of Las Positas Road. I pretty much call them as I see them, and I'm not very shy about it. Sadly, this proposal is not your best work. The project looks like it was cobbled together to meet outside funding and construction requirements for some other city, not Santa Barbara. This may satisfy a biking community that has long pushed for a safe crosstown route, and that is truly a worthwhile goal, but one that is worthy of a better effort than this. The project must satisfy and serve also those who live with it, as well as those who will ride on it. There should be appropriate plantings and stable funding so Park and Rec can maintain them. There should be hardscape design solutions that fit the history of the city and the character of the variety of neighborhoods it traverses. Cyclists deserve some diversity and neighborhood insight as they ride. In EPV, that might mean cut sandstone curbs or some other visual amenities appropriate to the historic built environment. There should be traffic flows designed to mimic or minimally disrupt traditional patterns in this smallish city that we are. We heard there are outside requirements that direct how things must be built the way that they may not satisfy our Santa Barbara style. I urge you to challenge them. Staff should request variances and modifications based on the uniqueness of Santa Barbara. Developers ask for variances all the time. I'm sure you're familiar with the process. To commissioners, I say, if you believe the applicants have brought this project back to HLC intentionally disregarding prior recommended improvements with the desire for denial and appeal to the council, I hope you grant their wish, and I will be part of a virtual crowd of public commenters supporting the denial. Let us start writing letters now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, we have 2 more public commenters. One is Steve Doughty. So Steve Doughty, I'm unmuting you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. This is Steve Doughty. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara. I want to address the area that's just, I guess, east of the EPV that's under your purview at this point. But this is the portion of the Paseo that runs up East Sola Street into an area that was at once called the Lower Riviera Special Design District, also known as the Bungalow Haven neighborhood. And there are or were city guidelines in place to protect the historic character of this neighborhood. So I wonder what, if any, of those guidelines were assessed and addressed in this design. I'm especially concerned about what type of signage is going in. I noticed that there are quite a few new curb ramps going that are in curbs that are some are in the old original sandstone. And I know the color that Public Works has been using to mimic sandstone really pretty much misses the mark. If you go over and look at the mini roundabouts that were done on Sola and Olive and Sola and Alta Vista, you will notice that I think it doesn't really reflect the quality and texture or color of the original sandstone. So those plus my views as a preservationist, I am a director of the Pearl Chase Society of the viewshed that is impacted by tree planting. I'm very concerned about that and just urge you to deny this project. I think the design should pay much greater attention to the aesthetics of the historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the final speaker is Mr. Fred Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney, I am going to unmute you. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I just wanted to let you know I'm watching. I'm going to save my energy for dealing with the Mission Creek Bridge when it comes to you. But I do encourage your comments that you've had so far. I really want us to go to Vision Zero. I think the bike thing has been a long time coming and really needs to happen. But as always, it's how it looks that's so important to Santa Barbara. And I think you've hit the important key points of how it looks. So I encourage you to continue in that vein. And particularly the view sheds that one sees looking up Sola towards the mountains. As we begin to fill in downtown with higher buildings that will tend to continue to block views of the mountains, and we're going to retain our essence of who we are as Santa Barbara by being able to look up those streets, to see the mountains, to see the palm trees, etc. So careful understanding of what the view shed is really important. And then finally, I have a question. I know that you as HLC are confined to a few intersections under your purview. Is any of the rest of this being looked at by ABR or other city entities for design quality for the rest of the Paseo path? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any additional hands raised, so I believe we can turn it over to you for questions from the commission.
All right. So to the commission for questions. Who wants to start? All at once.
I have a
Commissioner Lundvik.
I have a question. I'm looking at your plan of the intersection of Santa Barbara and Solo Street. If you want to bring it up on the screen. Mr. Bolton. Yeah.
Sheet 3, Mr. Bolton.
Do I understand, as I look at this drawing, and I'm puzzled by it, do I understand that if you're traveling east or west on Solo Street, you cannot do that? You have no choice but to turn and go up Santa Barbara Street. You cannot go through on Solo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner Lindbeck. This is a proposed, one of the traffic diverters, again, to keep Sola as a low volume street. So it is attractive for all road users, and cyclists will feel comfortable riding alongside vehicles along this stretch of roadway.
How, I know it's not our concern or jurisdiction. How many other intersections on Sola Street have this same kind of intersection configuration?
Commissioner Lidvik, the other intersection with a similar configuration is Sola and De La Vina Street.
And the city, has the city manager bought into this? Closing streets? I mean, I find it inconceivable that you're closing Sola Street to through traffic. Absolutely inconceivable.
So, as a question wise, did you want any clarification on what the plan?
The city manager. My question is, has the city manager approved this? That's my question.
Commissioner Lindbeck, the Sola Street is still open for vehicular traffic, but there are a couple of intersections where they would have to divert from the street. And as far as for past reviews, this has a long history from the bicycle master plan, as for receiving community feedback, for having stronger connections from the west side to downtown, and vice versa. There's another project too on the east side to have strong connections from the east side to downtown. In addition to that, the city council approved for us to seek grant funding for this project. We were successful in getting grant funding. City council has appropriated funds with this project.
So
Right.
what you're saying is, my question is then, the city manager has not seen this. Sure. My question is, city manager has not seen this and the council has not seen this either. They've approved it, but not seen it. That's a question.
To the applicant?
Yes, council is aware of the project, and there's various stages for the project for their approvals.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Lennox, I think what you're asking is, in terms of the design, I mean, it's one thing to have, if I'm understanding you right, and this will fold into a question for me, if not, the map even showing kind of generally how this route runs is one thing, and the idea of the route is another thing, and then the third thing is really how it gets implemented out in these different ways of which exact streets get closed, where, and how traffic gets diverted. And so is your question, have they seen and who has seen and or improved any level, at what level, right? Because sort of the big picture they may have approved, but now we're getting to the nitty gritty, and your question is, has this been approved, or has this been, where has this been, has it risen to? Is that good? If it's not your question, that'll be my question.
Yeah.
The bigger, I guess, going back in time during the bicycle master plan, there was a huge community discussion as it related to, again, having that strong connection from the west side to downtown. The original street under review was Mitchell Terrena. That brought upon many community meetings. And the result in those community meetings was to not have the connection on Mitchell Terrena, but on Sola Street.
Okay, so
understandable. You want the bikes to move through, but let me finish, Mr. Chair. Public safety has bought off on this. In other words, the police department wants to go right or left, I mean, east or west on Sola. They've got to go 4 blocks around to get through. So the police department has signed off on this. That's a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, this is David Bailey with the Traffic Engineering Group. Commissioner Lindvig, the way these intersections have been designed, if public safety needs to pass through, they can. Obviously, in the case of emergency, they will drive the wrong way down a street if necessary. But there is adequate space for both police and fire vehicles to maneuver.
But not for the common citizen, is that right? The common citizen cannot move in that same manner. A bike can go through, but a common citizen driving in a car who is handicapped could not do that.
If you're not an emergency vehicle, you will be forced to turn up Santa Barbara Street.
This is wonderful planning,
All right.
really wonderful planning. You guys
All right,
really
let's save it. Let's
doing a
Commissioner
wonderful
Lennox, let's
job.
save it for comments. Let's save it for comments. Let's do questions only. All right. Other commissioners with questions. Vice Chair House.
So I am wondering what happened to the intersection at Delavina Street that we had many comments on at the last review. It seems to still show on the map, and it seems you alluded to it, but it doesn't seem to be on the plans any longer.
Chair,
The applicant?
Chair Grumbine and Vice Chair House, that was just showed, we had a photo simulation of that particular intersection that is outside of the El Pueblo Viejo. But it was just shown as an example of sort of what the traffic diverter would look like.
I see. Okay.
And I'll jump in with a question, and anyone else wants to as well. But along those lines, regarding that, so right now the plans in front of us, how have they changed from before? The last time we saw it.
As stated at the last hearing, we did want to circle back on the different brick patterns and color that was asked of us. And we also touched on the landscaping of what other palettes that have survived the drought. And just an example of an intersection that had some curb extensions along the Ortega, along Ortega Street.
Yep.
And
So,
that is something that from a landscape, if that was something that HLC was more interested than the mulch. And if
got it. So, but
then
the graphic itself.
Yeah, then we would look then to mimic these plantings in the planter areas for those intersections.
Okay, so just to be clear, so I get those, I get the other examples thing. I think that's good, but that makes sense. But just to make sure that I'm understanding your original graphic, that the graphic for the street and the intersection back on the earlier, and actually if you can go, Mr. Bolton, to those early pages, yeah, that graphic hasn't changed. Am I correct in saying that graphic hasn't changed yet? Because what you're asking is, we're just leaving it as a placeholder to have the discussion of these other intersections, do it these other ways. Do you like this in terms of palettes and that? So, but this graphic itself hasn't changed from last time. Is that correct?
That is correct. We were just asking for, you asked for more detail for within
Yeah,
those.
so that's fine. I just want to make sure, because I just didn't know whether,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that you haven't added something to this that we wanted to look at and focus on that's different than what it was before. I couldn't remember, and so I just wanted to verify that as this is the same design as before. And that brings the second point, which is the thing that we're not seeing from before was a 3D rendering of a similar condition but a different intersection, right? So this still is the issue in terms of the design, and what you're saying is you're asking for our comments on these other areas of design within the city that have their own palettes or their own design things, and seeing whether that something of that sort, at least in the landscape, would be appropriate. And then in addition, the brick paving studies that you've done per our request of the surrounding areas. Is that correct? Is that a good summary of where it is?
That's
okay.
correct.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're clear as to what we're looking at. All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, they still have mulch. They still have mulch in those two large planters.
And I think that was what, yeah, so Commissioner Lenvik.
And we
so
said mulch was
that's-
unacceptable.
Yeah, so Commissioner Lenvik, that was why I was bringing it up as a point of clarification. What they're saying is this graphic hasn't changed from the last time we've seen it. This particular graphic hasn't, and they're not showing a new proposed thing, but they're asking us more questions about these other palettes and these other things right now. And if I'm understanding that, I just want to make sure that we're clear about that. And you're right, they're showing the mulch before because they haven't changed this graphic at all. They're not going there yet because they're first asking additional questions about the brick paving and the planting palette and the other things. So I just want to make sure it's all clear as to what we're looking at. Other commissioner questions before we go into comments, and in an effort to keep moving because it's almost 7. Okay, if there's no other questions, let's go into comments. So applicants, I'd ask you to turn off your cameras unless we have additional questions, which we'll ask you. Okay, so if we can, maybe we can just take a minute to quickly go around and everyone kind of express, knowing that what they're showing us is obviously, and we can zoom out from this because this hasn't changed at all. And just basically have a general discussion of where things are going, what people are feeling have or have not been answered. And then we can go from there in terms of discussion of emotion. So if we want, why don't we just go around and volunteer to make some comments?
Mr. Chair?
I've got my hand up.
Commissioner, I'll let Commissioner Dorden go. I saw you start to go first, then I'll go Commissioner Uli, then Vice Chair House.
Okay, two quick. I do appreciate the extra material that was in the presentation this week. I want to say that it helped me think through that. My second comment, though, is that I'm still very reluctant to support this. There is a logic to how the grid distributes traffic in a neighborhood. And I find the street grid one of the defining elements of this neighborhood. And by closing off SOLA to crosstown traffic, they're actually, in my opinion, fighting the logic of the grid as it applies to traffic and circulation. I will also say that the way they want to close off SOLA is, to me, makes me uneasy because it's so permanent to do planting, to do new curbing and so forth. That's very difficult to then reverse that process. If they really want to stop crosstown traffic, there seems like there would be other ways, traffic bollards or steel barriers that could be removed as quickly as they could be installed. But to actually do planting seems a much more permanent thing and one that I'm not at all comfortable with.
Right. Commissioner Uli and then Vice Chair House.
I totally support those comments and cannot support this project. I would move for denial.
All right, Vice Chair House.
Well, it's hard to argue with those comments, especially since I think that's a very good question. Has City Council seen this conception of how their bike master plan is to be carried out? And they might have similar concerns that are being expressed on our commission. I fully support facilitating safe bicycle travel, and I don't have a problem with the concept of closing intersections in order to make this a bike-friendly route across town. So I don't want the bicycle advocates to think that, at least speaking for myself, that I am opposed to anything that helps out bicycle advocates. However, I do want to point out, and I'm surprised this didn't come up at the last HLC meeting when we were looking at the intersection at Delavina, despite the fact that that's not in EPV. It's certainly EPV adjacent, is half a block from EPV, and that's the Upham Hotel, which is a Santa Barbara designated landmark. So we need to be especially sensitive to that, and any improvements need to be appropriate to that. So the same comment applies to all three of these. They need to look less like a miniature golf course. is just not designed. I think that was a comment made last time. It's an engineering solution. In terms of federal standards that are imposed on us, well, let me tell you, the federal government wanted to impose their standard issue post offices on us, not once, but twice. The Santa Barbara Museum of Art was the original post office, and we got a much nicer building than they otherwise would have given us. And then the same with the current main post office. It was due to citizen advocacy that the federal government relented and let us do something more appropriate to Santa Barbara. So likewise, the solutions here need to be not driven by federal standards, but appropriate to Santa Barbara. I think that pretty much wraps it up.
Thank you, Vice
Mr.
Chair.
Chair,
House.
may I quickly interject?
Yes, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the commission that the applicant did request specific feedback on the planting pallets and the paver design. So if you could include those items in your motion, that would be helpful, or in your comments rather. And then in the motion, if you could also make sure to address those concerns in the project compatibility criteria. And that's all I've got.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one comment.
Thank you. Sure, one more, and then we'll go to Commissioner Edmonds.
Yeah, and that would be that were this plan to move forward largely as proposed, I don't see the reason for all that brick paving, especially since we were shown pictures of very similar configurations where what's shown as brick on this was all planting on those others. So, that would at least help soften it. And there's no reason somebody needs to be walking on those brick surfaces. There are other designated pathways for pedestrians and of course for the bicycles. So I think any of those brick areas should be landscaping.
Okay. So Commissioner Edmonds?
I support everybody's comments as well. I find it difficult to say that I would approve this project. As a cyclist, and I'm on the road on my bike all the time. I look at this map and it just doesn't feel like it flows correctly for me. And I support the cycling community tremendously, but what I find to be difficult are parked cars. Because you're always worried that you're going to get doored by, you're riding along and somebody's going to open their door because they weren't paying attention, they don't hear you coming or whatever. And so I feel like the solution that they're trying to put together here is not a workable solution in my opinion.
Add a comment.
Yeah, Commissioner Jordan. Yeah.
I want to second what Commissioner Howes was saying about we would like to make Santa Barbara bike friendly. And I recognize the complexity of putting bicycles and pedestrians and automobiles together. And I understand that one strategy is to slow the traffic down as much as possible, particularly the vehicles. There might be other ways to slow traffic down on a crosstown street like Sola. Stop signs, stop lights, four-way stops. They slow and stop traffic down without necessarily changing the underlying bones of the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jordan.
May I add one more thing?
Okay, but you got to go fast. It's after 7.
Okay, this is very fast. The photo simulation we saw of the Delavina intersection was very helpful. And I think there's no reason there should not be similar photo simulations of these two locations within El Pueblo Viejo. And those should be available for City Council to see as well. So I think those are very important.
All right. Commissioner Mahan, did you have any additional comments?
Mr. Chair, I would like to second the motion.
There's not a motion yet. What's that?
Yeah, Uli made a motion. Uli made a motion to deny.
Oh, no,
And I'll second
I
that.
think he said he would support. Is that actually a motion?
Mr.
I'll
Chair,
move to
the
deny the
Commissioners, that was
project.
not a,
He just did.
there's a motion.
Okay, there's a motion.
Move
I-
to deny the project, the packet.
Okay, I would like Commissioner Mahan to at least give one weigh in before we get into motions. If you would, Commissioner Uli, if you would hold that thought, and then we can come back to it after.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that the applicant has addressed the concerns that we verbalized 2 weeks ago about the views, the disruption of traffic on Sola Street, which is a very, very important street that goes by the 2 blocks of Park. And I don't think that they have addressed the issues that we were concerned about. And we're just not getting, I don't think we're getting a good presentation of what the design is. And so they say, well, we have to decide on the bricks and we have to decide on the landscaping, but the principle of design is that you design from the general to the specific. And so what we need is a layout of this bike path that we can find acceptable, and then we can talk about the details. And I don't think that that's not where we are right now. And I don't believe that the applicant is trying hard to give us the information that we need and that we requested 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. All right, so with that, Commissioner Uli, now why don't you go? Yes.
So, if you recall,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Uli.
Yeah.
I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Chair, if I may. It sounds like there's a motion, we're heading toward a motion. And if you could please make the motion very clear about what the motion is for, and then the reasons that the project, meets or doesn't meet the project compatibility criteria. We need specific examples for each item. That would be excellent. And that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so to Commissioner Uli.
So my sense is, I don't recall that we go through this whole a litany of items when we're going to deny a project. 2 weeks ago we had a discussion about this project, and it was difficult then. There was a motion made, and then there was a motion to reconsider it. And the issue to reconsider it was to somehow give the applicant the benefit of the doubt that it might return in some other fashion with more detail and more design. The applicant indicated then that they had no intention of returning to HLC with a revised project that responded to our comments. And so I don't think we can either just rubber stamp it and move on, or we can provide a denial, which I think they requested anyway. And so my motion to deny is that I don't believe it is consistent with the design guidelines for EPV. I don't think it is compatible with the architectural character of the city or the neighborhood. In fact, it's not compatible. Size, bulk, and scale, I really don't think has any bearing on it. Mr. Bolton, if you could advance. It certainly is not sensitive to adjacent landmarks or historic resources, the Upham being an example, and other resources in other intersections that are nearby. Public views of the oceans and mountains, because of the poor landscaping design, that will be impacted. And of course, open space and landscaping is an issue as well. So any other things I need to add?
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion by Uli, second by Mahan, under discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Chair.
Vice Chair House?
I would just like to ask one last time if it is the preference of the applicant to get a denial this time around.
I think they said that last time.
Well, they said that last time, but I would like to confirm that again this time.
All right, we'll for this, because of the seriousness of it, we'll open it back up and ask that to the applicant, put that question to the applicant. Right.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you, commissioners, for your feedback tonight. Yes, to reiterate, we would request a denial.
Okay.
I think that's good to have that on the record.
Right. And again, it's to, yeah, as far as for the grant timeline and process, we'd like to just move things along and get to council for the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, to the commission, if
Mr.
I may
Hamilton.
add, in order to proceed here, I would recommend giving specific reasons on each of the compatibility criteria analysis items so that the council is able to reference those reasons when they're doing their analysis. So Commissioner Uli, if you could add some details, please, to why the project does not meet these criteria, that would greatly help count.
So in my opinion, other commissioners may have other opinions. In my opinion, a pure engineering solution to a historic neighborhood is inappropriate. The placement of pop-out median and other traffic infrastructure items that are insensitive to a historic neighborhood are inappropriate. I don't think we can be clearer than that.
Mr. Chair, as seconder, I think that Commissioner Uli should also mention the disruption of views of the mountains and some of these other compatible.
Okay, so disruption of views of the mountains, and then also the disruption of Santa Barbara's grid and the visual clarity of it. Would that be a good way of expressing?
I agree with those clarifications. Sure.
The disruption of traffic east and west on Sola Street, which is a really important thoroughfare just at the north edge of the city, and Sola is a very, very important street along our parks, and the traffic is being disrupted completely. Except for
I suppose that's the whole point.
It is not just the visual, but the functional disruption of the grid.
1 minute.
No, right in the.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair,
All right,
commissioners, if you could please include the particular materials that the applicant was proposing and how they do or don't meet the criteria, that would also help the applicant, help council.
Mr. Chair,
to the extent, that's not germane.
Yeah, well, I would say to the extent I commented that the brick was inappropriate and should be landscaping, then I agree with Commissioner Lenvik. It's not germane because the brick is not the appropriate material.
And I think for clarity on that, for clarity on that, and I think there should be an answer in if the maker of the motion or seconder agree, but I think there should be an answer to that question in the motion as well, which the answer to that is the big overall master version, the larger picture of it hasn't been resolved, so we can't tell them whether this brick or this pattern or this location of planter versus not planter or this tree is even, we're not even ready for that question yet because we haven't figured out the big picture design first. So,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mann.
yeah, the words, the architectural words are, you design from the general to the specific. So if you haven't decided, whether a piece of architecture is going to be Spanish colonial or contemporary, you don't start talking about the color of the shutters.
I totally agree.
Yeah. Okay, so
I think
we put that
I think we've given clear direction.
What's that?
I think we've given clear enough direction, so I call for the question.
Yes.
All right, if the maker of
agree.
the motion and the second don't want to add one, then we can go forward. All right, so with that, we will have a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend at this point having the Commission Secretary read back the motion for clarity as we have it.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Patty Ardell. I will read back the motion. So the motion is to deny the proposal with comments and findings. And the motion maker went through the project compatibility analysis criteria and gave reasons for why the project does not meet that criteria. So the project's design is not consistent with design guidelines applicable to its location within the city, and engineering to historic neighborhood is not appropriate. The design of the project is not compatible with desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara and of the particular neighborhood surrounding the project. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale of the project is not appropriate for its
dinner or not?
the design of the project is not appropriate.
I'll talk to you in 5 minutes.
Pardon?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Yep, keep going.
Not appropriately sensitive to adjacent landmarks or other nearby designated historic resources as the project disrupts the historic Santa Barbara grid and the traffic on Sola Street. The design of the project does not respond appropriately to established scenic public vistas as the project disrupts views of the mountains. The project does not include an appropriate amount of open space and landscaping. And then I included the comment that the brick is inappropriate. I'm not sure if there were any other details you wanted to add or any other comments you wanted to add to the motion.
So I think it was to remove the comments on the landscaping. The brick paving really can't come yet because the design, the basic design hasn't been established, right? So those brick paving comments and the landscape comments, how do you want to handle the maker of the motion and seconder?
I don't think they're appropriate, just as the seconder indicated. If you don't get the general down, you can't be specific, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, so how do you want to put it as are not relevant? The brick pattern and materials are not relevant yet because the design has not been established.
Yeah, or just leave out the comment. You know.
Mr. Chair,
Leave it out. It's not relevant.
no, I don't,
Mrs. Sweat?
I would like to recommend to the commission that they do include that because I think it is germane to the your feeling about not being able to comment on these elements because you know, as Commissioner Mahan indicated, it's it's the specific or the general to the specific, you know, that it's not ready for those comments. So I think it is appropriate to indicate something to that effect that you didn't feel it was appropriate to comment on those elements given where the design is.
And
I think we've said that like so.
Yeah, I know, Commissioner Early, but if it would be included in this, I see that as City Council, you know, as we're standing before City Council answering questions, if this is part of the motion, it's very clear that it has not been brought to our satisfaction and to the point where we can actually answer the questions that they were asking us. So I think it helps to clarify what the position is very clearly for them, and knowing that it's going to go there I think
We'll
it makes
be
sense.
at city council, we'll be at city council to clarify that, Chair. Chair,
Yeah,
we'll be
I
at
know.
city council
All
to
right.
clarify that.
I'm going to ask the maker of the motion in a second if they would be okay with including that clarity, that point of clarity.
I don't mean to be purposely punchy, but my blood sugar has dropped below acceptable levels. Yes, I think it is appropriate to tell them that we cannot consider the detailed materials because we're not satisfied with the design.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan, will you accept that as well?
You're muted.
Can you give us you're muted.
I agree with that. We can't get into the details when we haven't even decided on what the design is going to be.
Okay, thank you for that. We have a motion, we have a second, it's clear, and let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be in the roll call vote. We will start with Commissioner Evans,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundbeck, Commissioner Lundbeck,
Yes, you hear me?
yes, thank you.
Now we do.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel is absent. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury is absent. Chair Grunbein,
Yes.
that is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so this decision is appealable to City Council within 10 days. And is there anything else we need to discuss? If not,
Mr. Chair?
thank you for, yes.
I would just say
Yeah.
that the commission wishes to express to Commissioner Mahan's wife, Nina, that we are sorry for keeping him so long.
And it sounds like a good dinner.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you all.